If you had a giant 1 mile long spirit level,
imagine LIGO, right? It's 2 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, if you were to put a bubble level on like the intersection of LIGO, that would be level. If you were to walk down the arm and place it on top of that, I would say it would not be level. That would be another good
So
test.
you say at the split point, that's where it's level. On both arms?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they leveled it.
And what are the arms? What are the arms? If the center is level, how do you envision
he said, not the center. The apex where they both meet.
Oh, the apex.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's different.
So
it's changed.
How do you envision the end of the arms, then, the other two ends?
They're just going to go straight. And this is in the engineering.
The ends of the arms. At the end, you have the apex and you have two arms running along, right?
Yeah.
How are they? Are they in the same level as the apex, or how do you envision them? Higher, lower?
So at the ends of the arm, they had to pour more concrete because it was at a higher elevation.
It's not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you. When the job was done, you have your apex, it's level.
Mm-hmm.
Either arm, how are they in relation to the apex?
They're flat.
Oh,
They're straight. They're straight.
Yeah.
Are they also level?
No. They are... at each spot they are not level. They like if you put a bubble level on the apex and you started moving down the arm, it would get off and more off level.
How? Towards the up or towards the down?
With the bubble level, it would either go left or right.
No, hold on a second. You have a level at the apex and you have two arms running, and I'm asking, you say they're not level at the ends. So I'm asking you, are they lower than the apex or higher than the apex?
They have a higher elevation than the apex.
So they're higher than... Wow.
So the horizontal raises in elevation for you? No, you said it would be higher.
Hold on. The horizontal plane that was established at the apex will diverge from the surface of the earth. The horizontal plane stays straight, but the level of water starts diverging from the straightness.
What? How do you envision that? You envision level water diverging from straightness?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
How is that possible?
Because level is a curve. And water is level.
That's my model dictates, right?
No,
that's
reality. But as I was saying, like, if we go back to the straight line test, you would be able to see which one's true. If water is curved, then there will be an angle. If level water is curved, there will be an angle between B, A, and C. If water level is straight, then all of them will be collinear. It's a test.
I don't think there's any possibility of reaching you, bro. I just don't think so.
If we do the test, that would reach me.
At what point is vertical not perpendicular to horizontal?
It always is. Every vertical is perpendicular to its horizontal.
To its horizontal. And
yes.
What is a horizontal?
It's 90 degrees from its vertical, and vertical is defined from the plumb bob. I wonder if I could do it, because over a short distance, you might be able to use the Autolite app and a water level.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Hold on.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. If you side across from one side to the other,
just take my word for it, bro.
No, don't take my word for it. Do it. I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. There will be.
I can guarantee
there will be a hump in the middle.
There will be.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle.
Go and speak to anyone. Go up to someone that you know and just say, "Here, mate, is level horizontal?"
Yeah.
And see what he says.
Horizontal, of course, level's horizontal.
Well, there you go then.
With level, especially when you do it on a small scale. Okay, if you're talking about the water level, the horizontal plane that a water level establishes is in the middle of the water level.
You would have to understand what a line is.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Hold on.
Just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
You
real.
would have to understand what a line is.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So, so logically it follows then that all perpendiculars to that line
You don't understand.
are parallel to each other.
Yes, I agree.
It also then follows that that line cannot be curved line or change angle anywhere along the line.
That line, yes, so this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. That line, yes, so this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. This straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
You don't understand.
You would have to understand what a line is.
Not my problem if you don't want to learn.
You don't understand.
Just on your own.
You might be able to use the Autolite map and a water level.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
No
real.
reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
You know what we call a vertical change? You know when we measure a vertical change.
Yeah, it's an elevation change.
A vertical measurement in the vertical.
Because it's a good approximation of a short distance.
So you're saying that horizontal being straight would get a measurement from the wait a minute. You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and then from that horizontal you measure a vertical change, don't you?
I'm saying that
You do though, don't you? Right? Do you understand that, right? You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and you measure a vertical change from that horizontal. And what do we call that vertical change again?
elevation change.
There you
That's
go.
not I'm
A
saying.
reference to the horizontal, obviously.
But I'm in reality, like that's why I'm thinking of actually doing this test. In reality, specifically say that horizontal is actually not a plane. Your misunderstanding of my model is not my problem. It's up to you to understand it.
Don't understand.
You don't understand. Hold on.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I have no problem with you all using the water level to establish a horizontal plane. It will be tangent to the curve of the earth. They would maintain the same elevation. But remember, levels occur. So then is a vertical angle just a right angle? Grab a water level, that same water level test, and sight across it. That's it. Anything that is 90 degrees from that plane will be parallel to the vertical that you established at that point. Whenever y'all ask me about surveying, I say, yeah, I'm not an expert. I defer to the experts.
I'm out. We'll carry on, you carry on, but I don't think it's. I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means. I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
You don't understand.
Hold on. You don't understand.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on
We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience. Or you can use it for math and logic. I don't claim to know anything about the thing.
Have you ever held a water level? Have you ever held a water level?
Have I held a water level, the tool? No, but it's a pretty simple concept.
Say they're even so bold over there, you guys. They believe horizontals are parallel.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of proof before? Like real
Proof doesn't exist in reality. It only exists in math and pure logic.
With your picture, then. Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to prove anything.
Hold on.
No,
I'm showing you evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Proof stuff.
No, I'm bringing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Hold on.
Why would I try to prove something? That's pseudoscience. We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience. That's pseudoscience.
Hold on. You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
My God.
22 years old. They're on the fucking internet talking to people about
No reason,
begging for your model to be
no
real.
wisdom, no worry.
It's bizarre.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
No
real.
reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
He thinks the zero pressure state in the water is an arc instead of a straight line.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at Tom. I'm laughing at the theoretical conversation. Hey, there's some people who think level is horizontal and they want you all to talk about. And also, yeah, parallel and vertical being 90 degrees from one another. And in math, typically when you establish a horizontal plane, in math, yeah, it's just one horizontal.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's Free for All Friday, so you know the sketch. If you want to come in, want to have a say, pop on into the Discord. Come and have a go at what you want. You want to talk about something? Have a go in the YouTube comment section. If you can't make it into Discord, come and have a chat. Let us know what you want to be talking about. There's a bit of weird stuff been going on this week, but hey, arguments. It's Friday, isn't it? I mean, I can go over some other stuff, but anyone got anything? What's Emma Thorne? Don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't
but
think
I'm
he's
not
on
here.
about me.
No, it's not you. I don't know. Who's the Glober? Is that No Rad? Do you reckon that's No Rad? Emma? I reckon.
Totally
good to
busted
see-
me. I guess it busted me or something.
Yeah, you Glober. Because you asked him what's going on. Good to see everything's back to normal, Timothy, and you back to updating things.
Timothy's working hard, I guess.
Oh, what? I don't know, Timothy. I don't know. Is there anybody else? That means nothing to me, Timothy. Link.
Hey, excuse me, Bev.
Link. The magnetic
There-
blocks used for building Sage Wall. I
Hey,
don't know.
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, no, I just wanted to say, like, I'm really busy at work here. I can't actually see chat or anything you're presenting. So if you could give a little bit of context to what these people are saying in the chat, it would help me out a lot. Maybe some other people that are just listening, not actually watching.
That's a bit difficult to give you context on something that I haven't got. It's just Timothy's posting some stuff.
I get that.
And
Some stupid shit.
doesn't-
No, it's just that you're talking about. I have no idea what's going on. But story of my life.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know who Emma Thorne is. Have you ever heard of Emma Thorne?
No.
Timothy's talking about her in the chat, and I don't know who it is. So I can't really give you context about it because, well, I just don't know what's
All
going
right,
on.
well, understood. Thank you, sir.
Have you ever heard of a sage wall? Magnetic blocks? Building sage walls? Because that's getting mentioned, and again, I haven't got a clue. I don't know.
I guess would be some sort of code, but without the secret decoder ring, it's hard to figure out.
Yeah, I was saying I'm hesitant to say, but I mean, it would be better if you were to come in, Timothy, and explain this sort of stuff. But
I found out. Hey, by the way, I found out what a flat Earth proof is.
yeah,
Yeah, Nathan Oakley said that celestial navigation is a flat Earth proof.
yeah,
Yeah, but only idiots listen to Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, but yeah.
Anyway,
Why you gotta call me an idiot? Wait. Why you gotta call me an idiot?
if you listen to Nathan Oakley and take his word for things, that's what I mean.
Okay. I needed a little more context there because I listen to Nate. Well, actually, I hear Nathan Oakley. I listen to him, but I got my own mind. You know this. I'm just saying. Don't call me an idiot.
Wow,
Okay, Emma.
Everyone's in a weird mood today.
Maybe Emma said by that
Emma, I'm
that
just
Rob,
playing around.
don't take this
Sorry.
personally. Maybe Emma thought that who listen and follow.
Yeah.
Because of course you can listen to anything with criticism, but without critical thinking, that would be stupid.
Yeah. I'm with you, Paper. See, me and Paper are always on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Paper.
Thanks, but
You're welcome, Emma.
that's what I said.
I just was
Emma,
trying to
you call
resolve
me an
that
idiot.
tension.
There's no tension.
I have no tension.
There is no tension.
No, it's just a misunderstanding of how I use the word. That's all.
Yeah. I'm with you, Emma. We're on the same page. I was just shaking offense, but not actually shaking offense.
Hey, fuck you, Rob.
That's
are you shooting the dog?
Thank you. I gotta go back on you for a minute. I love it here, by the way.
Sounds like feeding.
well, I was going over all of this stuff in that intro. Was a lot about this. I don't know what to call it, because we've been dealing with the water level. I guess we've never noticed that the horizon's a small mountain, small hill. Wasn't aware of it. We call it the hump, I think. But they're not thinking of the hump as being the horizon, are they? That may be where we see it slightly differently. Because, I mean, I know that these guys coming at it from this false dichotomy, from different models, but we just look at it from reality. So I may have been isolated with the people that we talk to, but I've never heard of the horizon being called a small hill. Ever.
Apparent hill.
Yeah, because, how can you can't see the other end of the water level if there's a hill in the middle. So I don't understand. how that works. And it's never... I just can't work it out. So the idea of the poll is to show that if you can show more options than two, yet only two options get given, then that's a false dichotomy. So, i.e., if you can prove that the Earth's not flat with a very simple argument about elevation changes, and you can also prove that the dogmatic globe model is full of contradictions, you can show those contradictions and how they must be accepted, then you falsify both of those models. So therefore, it must be, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in my eyes, that's a false dichotomy because you're able to prove both false. So there's no truth in either of them. So there must be at least a third option. That's the idea of falsification.
That's fine. That's fine. What's the power? It's 75%, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, like Otis says there, Oakley says if it's not a globe, then it must be flat. There's no other option. And a lot of the dogmatic globers say, well, if you say it's not flat, then you must be saying it's a globe. Well, no. You don't necessarily have to be. That's what we're doing here, is showing that there is a way for you to just step out of this circular false dichotomy that's been set up. Like most of the arguments, most of the discussion points, circular discussion points, just go round and round. So if you want to step out of that, if there's a time for you to move out of that and come to a realization that it's futile, it's going nowhere. Yeah, FPV. I'm not too sure that everybody understands the concept of a false dichotomy. And within this arena, this is the point. Within this arena, we've got the concept of people having this, I don't know, somebody with the fucking crickets turn up. Setting up the false dichotomy leaves it, makes you able to, you know, get this one model to the other set up. And within this particular arena, that's all that they care about. This little false dichotomy. Now, we've been here for quite a bit. And like I say, I've never been a flat earther. I've talked to a lot of people. Most of them, well, I say a lot of people consider themselves flat earthers or globe earthers. But that's only because this little arena that we're in is full of people who are model afflicted. I've been trying to get people to step out of the model for a second. But I don't think it's possible. I think once you're in this with this model affliction and you're dictated by the model that you hold within every conversation, and every conversation's laid out for you which paths you have to follow, because then the other side can just have the opposing view of it. It gets you set up in this idea where people are saying that the horizon is a small hill. And that becomes normalized within a false dichotomy. There's only a false dichotomy that could come up with this stupid statements that one side says of the other, and then these stupid statements get retaliated back to each other. It's getting a bit ridiculous. Whereas, like, arguments are changing completely. I mean, that Brenda's Black Swan, the BS of Brenda, is ridiculous, and Nathan Oakley changed it. It's never been about hilly horizons.
It is not only about this black swan. I've lately had this on Journey. No, it was on Globebusters, maybe. It was from a few months ago. This discussion between Globers and Flat Earthers, Whitsitt versus some Dr. Blitz or whatever. And on both sides, they agreed that the light is bending. And they were talking a lot about bending light. So their discrepancy in opinions was only how much light bends. So this is for me new narration, because supposedly there would be only discussion how much light bends, but supposedly fact of bending light is established, which is for me ridiculous. But this is new narration about light. They don't know what light is, but they claim that light bends. Both sides.
Mm-hmm.
For me, this is just
I can
terrible.
remember we were going to do a test at Southport Beach with the auto level one day, and Ruhif came in here and told us about this bending light that, you know, we didn't know anything about. Bending light. It was,
yes, of
it
course.
was interesting.
Yeah, and of course it is caused by refraction, and therefore light is bending.
Yeah. Yeah, according to the globe model, Ruhif laid that one out, which obviously means that there's no straight lines. Because as well that they had, it only bends downwards.
Yes, but still,
it does go on the horizontal as well. It does. There is a bending of, but I mean they won't acknowledge that. So the only bending that they allow for is this bending downwards.
Yeah. So, and of course, for me, it is just both sides cannot recognize that it is like strawman, because in horizontal layer of density, let's say, we have more dense air and less dense air, but less dense air is above. And in order light to bend between 2 points, let's say they are at the same height. For simplification, let's have this horizontal ground or whatever, and both observers are at the same height, let's say 5 feet. So from one to another, we have only one layer of density, supposedly. So why light is bending? between them, because thinner air is above them. So layers of density are changing in vertical direction, not in horizontal. So for me, the whole argument about refraction and that is bending around the globe Earth is just bunk, completely. Because it shouldn't be that way. You need to have different layers of density on the same horizontal layer, let's say, between two observers. So, for example, 5 meters, then more dense, then next 5 meters less dense, etc. That would bend, let's say, refract light from observer to observer. But it doesn't happen. And even globers don't claim that. They say that layers of density are vertical. The higher you go, the less dense air you have. So on the same height, there is no difference in density. So therefore, no refraction. So this is completely idiotic argument. I'm surprised that nobody didn't spot that.
Yeah, we were going over a conversation today about static, what at rest and static means, because I don't know whether it's a relevant conversation or not to have. But like we have arguments in reality, right, that state the plumb bob, a vertical tool, needs to be at rest in order to establish a vertical. But what does that mean? Because according to a model, it's in motion. 'Tis globe, right? We're moving. So the moment that you say static and at rest, what does that actually mean? Are you allowing for that static and at rest to not actually be that?
Depends on whether you're allowing a contradiction there or not.
Yeah, that's sort of the conversation that we were having today. Like, how does the mind deal with that sort of thing? And who actually thinks about those sort of things? When you think about being stationary, at rest, static, do they mean the same thing?
I would say that until Galileo, yes, they would think that we have really static because the Earth is not moving. But since Galileo, he is the first, I think, who introduced a relative moving frame of reference as a point of frame of reference. So he was the first, because before him, of course, Aristotle assumed that you cannot go into infinite regression, so you have to assume the first frame of reference as being static, not in motion at all. So it started from Galileo. He said that you can take a frame of reference in motion, like a rotating Earth, and consider this as static. So this is his invention. And I would say that this bullshit started from him.
Well, I mean, how many people are aware about it? That's the sort of thing that you have to deal with, because you have to deal with that individually, right? It doesn't matter that somebody else can say, well, you know, such and such a person says this. So, I mean, do you accept that? I mean, like, what? How do people deal with those sort of? Because that's a contradiction, isn't it? To say
Yes.
that whilst you think you're at rest, you're not actually. You're not actually static.
Yes, it is. It is contradiction because maybe contradiction is not a very good word, but
Yeah.
but still okay. Let's say maybe I will find better. But yes, because if you have if you are we are talking about Earth, because the claim is that Earth is moving, but in order to say that Earth is moving, normally you need some other reference frame or point to say that the Earth is moving. And the only one other reference frame is the sky. We see that stars are moving, and some people say that because stars are moving, they are not moving, but we are moving. So they create a static reference frame like the sky. So sky is not moving and Earth is moving. So in fact, they create this reference frame not being in motion. And they say that this is why we are moving. But of course, it is against common notion. Common notion is that the stars are moving and we are not. So it contradicts common notion, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of I don't know. My sort of response is that if I imagine I'm like sat here on my chair, I'm not moving anywhere. But the requirement is to always consider motion in the background.
If you cannot detect, the claim is that we are rotating. So if...
Well, not just rotating, right? There's
many motions.
Constant motion.
It is around the sun and rotation around axis, whatever. And galaxies moving also, so many weird things. But that we are not rotating, we can check that because people can recognize acceleration, even very small difference in acceleration. We have this in our body. We easily can detect acceleration. For example, if we are going with a curved path in our car, and we are going with constant speed in straight line, let's say, of course, we may say that we cannot detect motion with our body without involving sight, because our eyes will tell us that we are moving, but body will not feel motion, maybe, in ideal situation. But when we are curving, we immediately can feel that it is this centrifugal force is throwing us to the side, and until we are curving, if we are curving, we can feel that always. So in circular motion, we will always feel that centrifugal force, always.
Well, we can make tools like seismometer dishes to detect the motion of the land that we're on.
Yes, whatever.
Very, you know, they can
Or
from miles away.
Pendulum, any pendulum, but still we have in body, we have, let's say, we have plume bobs in our body, so we can easily feel that, and we feel that in real life. We can feel when we are going this centrifugal force. We can feel every time we are driving a car, so it is no problem. So that kind of motion we would experience if we live on a spinning globe.
We can measure stuff, but what I'm saying is that they have an axiom in the background that says that you're already moving, but just ignore it. Act as though it's not there, but you are within the model.
Yes, I agree. Model requires that, but and this is, I would say, most absurd claim globe has, because it is obvious that we can detect that motion. So if we don't detect that motion, it means that it is not non-existent. I would say that this is most idiotic claim, because everybody can feel that he feels nothing. I don't feel any motion, any acceleration, or whatever.
Yeah, that's the shadow giant says, and you just meant to accept it. Now, there are a group of people that do accept that. I personally can't. That's no problem to anybody else, surely. And I mean, I know it would be upsetting, right, for you to act as somebody who does accept this contradiction, right? How that they manage to be able to do that. Well, I don't think that they can. I don't think they can justify it. So they have to put it down as like a faith, really. And a lot of people don't like discussing their religions when it's a faith-based discussion.
Yes, but in that case, we have situation that this phase is going against senses directly.
Yeah, well, isn't that what faith is, right? It's an acceptance of something without any proof of it.
Yeah, for me, it is even worse, because in that case, you have proof in contrary, because we know that we can detect motion, especially rotation. So it is not only that faith generally is based that you cannot check. You cannot check if it is false or true. But in that case of this motion, we can check. We can see, we can feel that it is not true. This statement that we are rotating is just not true. So I would say that this is not only faith, but unreasonable faith and stupid faith. Really stupid faith.
Well, if it isn't contradictory, It wouldn't be dogmatic. Some things
Yes,
you
I
just
agree.
have to accept as I can't, like. So, yeah, the whole idea of this one tonight is to show that there is contradictions within both of these models that set up a false dichotomy. You have to accept contradictions. Really, for any sort of model, I think, the moment you take upon a model, you're using it to try and explain something. That's the use of the model. But we're just talking about reality, so you can't build a model, I don't think. I don't think it's possible. But maybe modern education has taught people to be able to build these models, internalize the contradictions, build them upon axioms. I mean, we have had people tell us about these axioms that you can just make up. Your starting basis.
If you start with non-Euclidean geometry, then maybe yes. For example, I mentioned that discussion between Globers and flat earthers. So this Dr. Blitz, he's PhD supposedly really, and he is a mathematician, I think, and he is studying non-Euclidean geometry. You imagine. This is what he said in that discussion, so publicly, so you know.
Nice. I've got a few conversations that I haven't actually put out about this sort of stuff, but hey, it's hard work to talk about these sort of things because I don't think people really understand it and the things that are at stake mentally. I'm not too sure, mate, people are ready for it. I know there's a lot of people that have stopped watching, mainly because this is painful sort of stuff. Having to deal with modern times, what modern realizations that the modern world perhaps isn't working out quite right. Yeah. Strange times. What do you think of the thumbnail? Did you know there's more sky beneath your feet than above your head? On the dogmatic globe, of course. Work it out mathematically. There has to be. Totally contradictory, right? More sky beneath your feet than above your head.
No.
But some people have a model where they can accept that. That's when you know a model is dogmatic, where you can come up with a reductio ad absurdum, hand it to somebody, and they have to accept it as part of their model. That's That's how you prove the dogmatic globe, or the globe dogmatic. One or the other. Doesn't really matter which way round you say it. Same thing, really. That's what happens when you put an axiom that's unproven in your axiomatic system. The Brenda mathematics model, I'd call that, really. Just placing axioms. It's like the spherical geometry axiom. That you're just doing geometry just on the surface of a sphere. I mean, it's ridiculous to imagine that that's what goes on with a geometry. But hey, that's one of these new mathematics axioms.
I cannot see any axioms in this spherical geometry. Really.
It's just geometry on the surface of a sphere. Everything else applies. You just have to imagine that it's only done on the surface of a sphere. Same straight lines, same perpendiculars, same angle measurements, all of that sort of stuff. Just imagine it's only done on the surface. That's it. That's why it's a not real geometry. It's not even a true geometry, because it requires Euclidean geometry to form the sphere. So you can't borrow a geometry, an aspect of another geometry to start off your geometry. That's not how geometry works. Although Soundly seems to think there's a geometry of the bridge, and I think there's a lot of people that do that, right? This arena has set this up that people think the geometry of something is the shape of it. Like the geometry of that shape is a square. I think that's what people imagine geometry to be now. Just shapes and stuff like that.
Shape is just a visual condition, I would say so. Only. So.
Soundly said that Jesse Kozlowski felt the geometry of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. I don't know what that means. To me, it doesn't really. It's one of those vacuous statements. Because mathematics has been taken out of normal people's hands when it's really just a logical step. And it doesn't change, right? You can't build your mathematics up to like a 100th story of a building and then just change it somehow. You're building whatever because you've already got the foundations. You require those foundations to get you to that place. You can't just dismiss them, change them, add in some new axioms. It's not how mathematics works, and it's definitely not how reality works. You'll get really stuck. You can't just get to the 10th story of a building and go, right, let's start again from here. That doesn't work. You can't put your foundations up at at that place. You need to have a solid foundation, and you need to be able to build anything that you're dealing, no matter how advanced, from a core concept. It's still got to have those foundations, no matter how intricate whatever gets done. I think that's where we're missing it. Yeah, we don't know what's going on with Tim. He might have some issues. It's hard to understand most of the time what Tim's talking about. But hey. Yeah, one man and his detector says the truth cannot be moved. Best building material in this world to build from. You've got to start off with your foundations. That's why we deal with the advanced simplicity, the first principles. Understanding the first principles that you work from, I think was one of the best steps I ever made. And I thank Fight the Flat Earth for bringing me into this arena, because finding the first principles of mathematics, geometry, linked all of that stuff to reality for me. It helped me immensely. We kept the test going, we kept it simple, we kept it to the core principles of mathematics, and we really came up with something. No worries, and others completely understand me and everything mentioned and explained. I don't know who the others are, Timothy. Perhaps you could point us to them, and then we might know. Until then, you don't. So, how many of these globe, tis globe? I don't know what they call them. I'm calling them has to be's. The globe has to be's. These are concepts of things that have to occur. The dogmatic globe proofs. We've got this one, but there must be a greater amount of sky below your feet than above your head. By don't know what sort of magnitude. I bet you could work it out though. If there is any budding mathematicians, globe mathematicians out there, maybe you could calculate the percentage, the ratio of sky above. You'd have to say above your feet, really, because there'd be a bit of sky in between your feet and your head that you weren't counting for. So I don't know where the cut-off point's going to be. If there are any mathematicians out there, and we'll say, you could choose it for yourself, whether you choose the top of your head or maybe eye level. So it might be a good cut-off point. But then it might depend upon how tall you are. So you'd have to say from your feet, really, I think.
It's visual, so our feet cannot see. So
no, I know, but I mean, just as a ratio of the amount of sky above your feet in relation to the amount of sky below your feet on the dogmatic globe model, of course.
Yeah, man. This is a funny part. We have motion and we have bendy light. So what else we have?
Well, I've got,
we have parallel rays also.
This one.
Parallel rays incoming to from the sun and from the stars. So this is also it must be. So not crepuscular or whatever, but parallel or very close to parallel. This is also must be on the dogmatic globe model.
Yeah,
and this refraction.
The other end of down is another up. I mean, that only happens on the globe, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've got plenty of these are globe has to be's. We need to think of if we can get it in a short thing like that. I'm pretty sure there's one somewhere in there for Eratosthenes and maybe Al-Biruni. It has to be. I mean, I did hear today that celestial navigation has become a flat Earth proof.
I don't know how it is proving shape of the Earth, but
yeah, I got that from listening to Nathan
You
Oakley.
can't say it's the shape of the Earth, though, can you? Because flat isn't a shape. So that again, it's not within the shape of the Earth.
okay, so I will rephrase. So I cannot connect how celestial navigation prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. It
it's
does
ridiculous.
seem like a completely non sequitur conclusion, right? I can't see how the steps are made to come to that conclusion from looking at the lights in the sky. Measuring angles to them. But you do just measure an angle, and the other model guys will say that the light comes parallel.
They have to. They have to.
Yeah. So
without this parallel rays, the model collapses. So it must be.
Yeah, that's a contradiction, isn't it? That the model of the geometry that they're using states there is no parallels, yet all of the light for their calculations requires it to be parallel, contradicting the geometry that they've made up so they can have the model at the same time. I find it fascinating. I did hear today, right? You know, I think we did this with Charles, flat earth math. Good bit of mathematics. Flat earth mathematics. That the 1 degree for 69 miles, because I'm pretty sure I drew it out. 69 miles, and then a degree measured at each end, differing by 1 degree. Well, it turns out now that, you know, that 1 degree, do you know what the claim is? I can't. Maybe.
This is originally from this measurement to Polaris.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, we know about the measurement, but the 1 degree that I just assumed was a 1 degree change of angle at each end of this 69-mile line. But it turns out it's the equipotential angle of adjustment. What the imagination is that is a measurement of the deviance of either vertical or horizontal at 1 degree.
yes, and for me it is non sequitur, because how someone can transfer this angle change to, I am talking about angle to Polaris, into divergent verticals, because it is just assumption. This it has to create a circular reasoning, because this drop of the star, seemingly this Polaris, by measuring angle, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth again. So
Well,
I don't know.
mean, vertical and horizontal has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Just orientations, but the assumption is that if you measure an angle difference at each end of this 69 miles, then verticals are tilting and horizontals are sloping.
Yeah, yes, it has to be both.
That
You
sounds
cannot.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
To me,
And-
you know, like, to come to that conclusion, which is what they must do. Like, it literally, it has to be that angle measurement deviance isn't an angle change to the light in the sky. It's an angle change of vertical and horizontal.
Yes, and by the way, it cannot be measured, even theoretically, cannot be measured directly. So you cannot compare two verticals to show that they are divergent. It is impossible. But the other way would be this equipotential angle of adjustment. But it is also impossible to measure that angle. So for me, the thing is like mission impossible.
Yeah, like, it's, you put a vertical up, right? You're in your house. Now, how do you make that vertical tilt? On a dogmatic globe, you just move 69 miles away from it and it'll be tilting.
Yes, so this is circular reasoning.
Yeah.
So your outcome is what you assumed. You assumed that you are on a sphere, therefore...
No, I'm not assuming I'm on a sphere. You're just assuming that verticals tilt. You don't
Yes,
even
so-
have to think about sphere at all. You just have to think about tilting verticals. I mean, that's even more ridiculous, right, than thinking about the sphere. Thinking about verticals tilting.
Yes, but still, even if you say so, it would be non sequitur. It would be affirming the consequent. So, because divergent verticals are or would be consequent of spherical Earth of this globe. So this globe is first,
No.
therefore
They wouldn't be,
divergent
though.
verticals.
No, because it's not as easy as saying that. You can't just say consequence of globe means that the verticals are tilting, because verticals are in reality. Like, nobody in reality can imagine vertical tilting.
Yes,
so
but
the
this
moment you start linking it to this globe, then you say it is a consequence of it. But I'm not too sure about how how accepting people would be of it. Just for you to link it to the globe gives it credence, right? Just
no. Sorry. Antecedent and consequent are in some relation, even if antecedent is impossible. So it is consequence of something. Even if you have an impossible example of something, there are logic implication of that impossibility. So, for example, if a triangle was a square, we know it is impossible. So I am creating impossible condition. If triangle was a square, it would have 4 angles. So the consequent is true if antecedent is true, even if we know that it is impossible. But the consequent of impossible condition is true. Because if it was, it is real, which is not. But we assume that it is real in condition. So we conditionally assume that triangle is square and this consequent is true.
I get you. I'm just saying that you can't imagine that verticals do actually tilt.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. You cannot imagine. Yes, that's why it is impossible also. But this is consequent.
But the power, what I'm saying is, the power of the globe will allow people to just dismiss tilting verticals because of the power of the globe. I'm saying there's no need to bring the globe into it, because all you're talking about is tilting verticals here, right? You're on about the position that you're at. Verticals don't tilt. But the moment you move away from that position, then the vertical starts tilting because of you. Your superpower of just being you with this model allows you to tilt verticals where you aren't mentally.
Yes, I agree. But this is just consequent. So it means that someone who is saying that verticals are tilting, so it means that he has this globe in the back of his head.
Mm-hmm.
Just it.
But people aren't aware that this tilting vertical is a consequence of this model.
Yeah.
Because it's been put in their minds already, and they don't need to access that information, which is why they get upset when we start pointing these things out, because you can start seeing these contradictions, right? If nobody points out these things that are necessary on the models, then nobody actually has to look at them, and they can go on having these ridiculous conversations about circular non-arguments. I think it's about time all of the things we've been talking about, because we do have this way of talking within this Discord server that it challenges people within their own conceptions or misconceptions, right? You will have everything tested, and normally people speak out whenever any of these contradictions need defending. Sometimes they defend them overly zealous, right, behavior of defending these internalized contradictions. And the globe is full of them, really. The dogmatic globe model that we talk about in here, right? This, I consider there's two globes, right? There's the dogmatic globe that anyone in this arena, where it's globe versus flat, have. But then there's the globe that everybody's been brought up with from childhood, that 99.9% of the population just have a concept of globe. But that's reality. It's not the same globe that everyone within this arena has. People within this arena have a globe with numbers that's been given to them. Now, nobody knows where these numbers came from. Google, apparently. And how these numbers were derived. I say nobody knows. People do know where the numbers came from, but they're not from actual measurements or anything. Or maybe they are. The stories need to be told, and for what people do know. I think within this arena, the arguments have been taught. And when you come into this arena, there are always compliant foes for you to practice dancing with, let's say. And after a while, the arguments become so internally technical that you can't really use them outside of this arena. They become confusing. They well, like, for instance, yesterday when we heard Nathan Oakley say the horizon is a small hill, I don't understand that. I still don't understand it and what it means. But I'm thinking, if you were to leave this arena and you're trying to talk to somebody, and you've listened to Nathan Oakley talk about his arguments and how it's definitely destroyed the globe, and you've listened to Nathan, and you think I'm going to a party tonight, and I'll have a chance to talk to a few people. I'll try it out. The horizon must be a hill argument. I'm not too sure how well it'll go down. I'm not too sure where that would lead you and how it might make you look. I mean, I'm not too sure whether you'd be debunking a globe by telling people that the horizon has to be a small hill on the globe. Because people will, like, automatically think, well, because they've had this globe model put into them as children, they're never going to lose the model. So they've just got to take it. People tend to take their models pretty personally as well. Like keep them close to the chest, defend them. Forget they've made their model of whatever reality is for themselves. I mean, if you're going to come along and say it's not that,
It's a psychological defense mechanism. So yeah, they're going to hold on to it very, very tightly indeed.
yeah. And then they're going to say, right, well, the horizon isn't a small hill. And you're going to go, well, no, it isn't. Whoever said that must be ridiculous. And then somebody else, Nathan, will say, well, that's what's required on the globe. You'll think, not my globe. Right, the horizon's horizontal. Where's the hill? What's he talking about? Everybody knows the horizon's horizontal.
God forbid there's somebody at that party from the other side of this stupid false dichotomy that hears that the horizon is horizontal come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
When you believe in the globe, your globe, right? Because everybody knows the horizon's horizontal. It's in the freaking name. Come on.
Yeah, I've been told a few times within the blue marble scientific method, you know, right? They accept these contradictions. Well, the horizon has nothing to do with horizontal, according to them, because the horizon is now a circle, and horizontal is obviously isn't. So the horizontal doesn't really have anything to do with the horizon. That's on the dogmatic globe model, so that they don't have to accept the link between the horizon and horizontal. The fact that, you know, the argument states that the horizon is horizontal. The plane of the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah, funny how that is when the root etymology of these words say otherwise, right? If everybody understood from all time that a circle, the horizon was a circle, I don't think that it would have had the etymology of horizontal. Pretty sure there would have been another word used, but maybe these people don't understand or ever get into etymology at all.
That was, I think, Rumpus' claim, that horizontal has nothing to do with horizon.
Well, there's quite a few trolls on Twitter that use the same sort
Agree
of
with that.
thing. Yeah.
Yep.
But here on YouTube channel, he spammed that very often. So this is, I would say, their weak point, because weak spot, because it is obvious that horizontal is off the horizon. So to diminish that, Rumpus put great effort to inverse that, but I would say unsuccessfully, because the very name of horizontal, immediately anyone can associate with the horizon. I don't know how he's trying to make that disassociation between horizon and horizontal. For me, it seems impossible, but maybe he will try again.
I think the question is, like, who are these people? I think that's the point, right? The people that are in this arena think that somehow they're shadow giants. They're so important. They're self-important. They come into here where we just talk about reality and knowledge, logic, reasoning, and they spout these things that are, I don't know, jabberwockies, to use that term, in their own mind. I have no idea. but
Yeah, the
they come in here to
Jabberwockies are
defend their.
defending themselves, right?
Yeah, that's it, right?
Yeah.
They come in here because they feel the need to defend their model. When Bev has said a million times, many of us have said almost as much, like, we don't care about your model. It's like, just don't try to push your model here, because here in this particular Discord server, we just want to talk about reality. We don't care about the models. If you guys want to have a philosophical idea, a conversation about different models, go ahead. It's fine. But don't expect us to accept your dogma of your philosophical idea of a model. It's
Just two
ridiculous.
opposing dogmas. Really,
Yeah.
that's just all it is. Ongoing battle of two opposing dogmas, and of which neither will be able to capitulate. You saw what happened when Nathan Oakley said that's not an argument, when it blatantly is an argument. Just wasn't an argument that he liked. It's no different than the modus tollens that states that it's not a sphere. A similar argument, yet one of them is acceptable and the other one isn't, just because it fights different dogmas. To just accept certain dogma, dismiss others. That's the way of life.
FPV Angel states reality is neither objective nor subjective. It is cyclic.
Walter Russell.
And supposedly Walter Russell, but I disagree, because it is false dichotomy. Because seasons are cycles, and we can't say that they are objective. They are. So being cyclic does not disprove that they are objective. So I would disagree with that statement. Supposedly, originally Walter Russell. So I don't know how he came to that conclusion, but for me, it is stating that it is nor objective nor subjective because it is cyclic. For me, it is non sequitur statement.
Yeah, V. Thomas has said, I'm getting bored planting seeds, thinking of shaving my hair off and going down the street demanding practical demonstrations. Practical demonstrations of what? I don't get that. You have to remember that we are dealing in reality, so practical demonstrations of reality, in reality, I don't know. I don't know who's like what you're trying to do. The people out on the street have never even contemplated any thought about the sort of stuff we're talking about here. This is far more philosophical, because it's not it's already known that there's certain things within reality that are already known. Natural laws, all sorts of things like that. Not within the bounds of science, because they're already proved. There's no need for science for things that are already proved. There's no wonder either within philosophy of things that are already known. But I'm guessing if you're coming at it from a dogmatic model point of view, with on a side, and you're going against the other side, then you're just fighting for your dogma. It's not even philosophy. whose dogma's going to win. And I'm not too sure whether, this arena, I don't know where the win is, because all you're going to do is drive out people who live in reality. You're only going to suck in people that are willing to engage in a false dichotomy. And if you're recruiting people within this false dichotomy, then are you really helping anyone? I don't know. I think at this sort of time, people are going to be going mad. I've been saying it for a bit, but I think people can see it, can't you? Like, what's occurring to the population? I mean, I know we are seeing it more because we've got social media and you can pick up, there's videos being filmed and all of that sort of stuff, but is anyone noticing it in real life? That, people going a little bit crazy, not being able to process information.
Absolutely.
I'm seeing it loads, and it's quite frightening, really. Especially in the youth. The education system isn't helping people to know how to be able to deal with what's to come. I don't think that these mental states, the mental cases that are going to be going, people are being handed too many contradictions, and I'm not so sure there's any band-aids that can deal with this mental issues of the contradictions that people are holding. Yeah, start picking sides and do your research. You're best off if you don't get yourself involved in the side argument. Just try and get what's relative to you, but don't get upset if somebody gives you something that's a little bit challenging. Don't get upset about it. Don't get angry. It's not worth it. It might be helpful. I have to think back at all of that time that I am thankful of Fight the Flat Earth. At the time, it was a little bit strange going through it and realizing that nobody cared. You're on your own in this, whether that's on your own mentally or on your own in the discussion, that you're the one that has to sort this out. Nobody can hand you any of these answers. You're still going to find them for yourself. I think modern times have taught people that you don't need to find these answers. People have already done it. You just be a good little drone. Go to work, do your spending, sit at home, go out and do your jobs or whatever, and then, just recycle the same thing over and over. Is there a purpose to anything? I blame atheism. But I think that's sort of been planned. Not so sure the VR works like that. Maybe like that. Yeah, one man in detector, yeah. People are going crazy already. We've been seeing it for a while. We have this we watched it happen with George, God rest his soul. but we called it the nutsacking. There's a concept. We called the Penrose, Roger Penrose, whereas he's talking about understanding mentally this mathematical concept of geometry and hyperbolic. And he said in this interview where he could step out of the bounds of the axioms and go on the other side, which is troubling, right? You know, at that moment that the mind has left reality and it's on the other side of axioms. Well, that was Penrose, and that's space and black holes and all of that imagined dark matter. That's what Penrose does. George Nutsack, God rest his soul, internalized that. It was all about the model, the globe model, the dogmatic globe model. And he stepped over the bounds and came inwards. He inverted his monad, put it to the center. That became George's monad. And I think that's what's going to drive people into madness. When you get involved in this arena with this particular discussion, there's only madness. There's either you come to the realization of reality and you accept epoche, or you go mad trying to work it out, because you shouldn't really be in this arena if you're going too deep into the model, either model. You will go mad. Yeah. If I was to say I was hopefully helping to help people, it will be because of that. I don't want them to get involved in this arena, which is, I consider, people like Fight the Flat Earth, although I thank him for bringing me into it, I consider myself as a separate case, because I wasn't a flat earther and I didn't have a model. So I can separate myself from just about everybody else. I would say anybody else coming into this, you've already had a model put into your mind, and that model will give you contradictions and it will make you trouble your mind. There will be Jabberwockies coming to defend these contradictions, and who knows how far you've built your foundations upon this shaky, contradictory understanding that you're having as your foundations.
When you talk about the monad, Bev, I wonder how many people that are relatively new know about the monad. So can I just
you can have
yeah,
a go.
can I
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so for those of you not heard, look it up. It is a thing. It is a real thing. But this is the one sentence that got me on what's going on here with the monad worshippers, and they are monad worshippers. Let's see if this makes any sense to anybody. In his Latin treatise Maximae Theologiae, Alan of Lille, sorry, that must be France, affirms, get this, quote, God is an intelligible sphere. Get that? God is an intelligible sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. The French philosopher Rabelais ascribed this proposition to Hermes Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Oh, I love it. Trismegistus. Beautiful. Beautiful. The symbolism is a free exegesis related to the Christian Trinity. The monad is their God. Now, it's not any kind of God. So anyone that has any kind of Christian faith, right? That's not how we don't think of God as an intelligible sphere. I'm not sure what world religions do. I don't think Islam does. Pretty sure Buddhism doesn't. So this is an entirely different kind of thing, and it is old. It is very, very old. So in case people were thinking that we just come up with these words and we make them up, kind of like Nathan made up the hill that you see that is the horizon. No. The monad is an actual thing, and it is what these people. I claim, this is Kevin, not anybody else. Maybe others would agree. On both sides of this false dichotomy in this particular arena, consider God. I think they both share the same, if not a similar God. The God that is an intelligible sphere, or maybe an intelligible disk. I'm not sure. But still monadic view. There you go. I thought that might be interesting to some. Maybe not. We'll see how many people just clicked off.
Okay, but while I disagree with this analogy, because he's trying to make analogy, like geometrical analogy, but
who's he?
This guy you mentioned, the
one that made
from
the quote.
Lily. Yes, you quoted him.
Yeah.
So there are many analogies how to depict God.
No, this was the monad.
This is the monad.
This is a monad, not a God.
But
Can I just give Kevin shit for a second?
You can try, sure.
Sorry, Kevin, but Nathan Oakley just repeats what the ballers say. I heard you attack Nathan Oakley for calling it a hill. That's what the ballers say. If Nathan Oakley repeats what the ballers say, yeah, it's kind of Nathan Oakley saying it, but you made it seem like it came from Nathan Oakley when he's just copying what the ballers say.
He was the
first.
first.
The ramping
I
up of your
always
vision.
go with whoever says it first, and I heard Nathan Oakley say
I
it
know.
first.
Yeah, I've never heard. If you can provide
I posted
somewhere...
a link. I did this morning. The guy doesn't know who the fuck Nathan Oakley even is, and he called it a hill.
Yeah, but I heard him say it
and
second.
He was a Glover.
I heard Nathan Oakley say it first.
No. I understand. I'm not like you guys are making me stick up for Nathan here.
Hey,
why?
You injected yourself into the conversation
Yeah, you
to
did.
defend Nathan Oakley. That was you.
Yep, sure did.
I know, but I don't like to see injustice. I love you, Kevin. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you a question, Rob. Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think that there are certain people on, let's say, the not globe side, the flat Earth side, that have a monadic religious view?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so. Yes.
All right.
100%. I'm with you on that one.
That was my point. So there you go.
I know, but I wanted to interject because I was like, but Nathan doesn't say it's a hill. The ramping up of our vision.
But he did.
Yeah, okay, fine, you got me. But he didn't start it. The Glover started it. I'm done. I gotta go back to work. I'm sorry.
All right, we can argue
Kevin.
about that. I love you too, Rob. we can go back to that. But no, the monad is not a paper. The monad is not a different analogy for God. The monad had its own worshipers. It was a theism all its own. Now, whether or not it started as something different than that? I'm not exactly sure. I would tend to think not, because the Pythagoreans were very, very early on inspired by Pythagoreans.
So they say.
So they say, called the first thing that came into existence the monad. So no, I don't think so. I think defending just because someone is called a theologian like this Alain de Lille doesn't necessarily mean that he wasn't worshiping a false idol called the monad, because I firmly believe that he was.
Well, for me, this is strange because, for example, I would not say that Aristotle was worshipper of monad, because he proved, at least it is considered as proven, that he proved God's existence, and that God has to be one, undivided, etc., all-knowing, and has to be single thought. But I cannot see connection to this kind of monad. So, because he assumed that this God, this thought, logos, is outside of our physical world. So, because it was pure spirit, without any link to physical body, and he was in that case outside of Greek mythology, because Greeks couldn't comprehend that could exist something without a body. Living thing cannot exist without any kind of body, whatever it is, even if this body is ether or whatever, but still some kind of body. But Aristotle proved that God, this cause of everything, has to be purely spiritual, outside of material world. So I don't think that it would fit to worshipping of monad. How do you think?
Whether Aristotle worshipped a monad, I don't know. I could not tell you that. What I can tell you from what I've researched on the monad is it is a god for certain people. Leibniz, for one, he did a whole thing on the monadology, which again, the historical claims of people like Leibniz or this Alain of Lille, they say that they're Christians, so that automatically taints their name with Christianity. But they're not Christians in any kind of sense that we understand it today from a modern perspective. These are people that have delved into a far different idea of God than the scriptures portray. So unless you think that that the God of the Bible is a monad, then we can have another discussion about that. But clearly the monad is the center. It's a center force of all things. And whether you're a glober who believes that the center of the sphere is the housing of all magic, gravity, where things turn from down to up and up to down, or whether you're a flat earther who believes that the center is at this mythical place called the North Pole, where magic also happens. Maybe magnetic things take place, your compass spins around, different things like that. It's still a monadic view, any way you look at it, by definition. So I'm sorry if that hurts certain people's feelings, but that's what a monad is. And I call the people in this particular arena monad worshippers.
I think the idea or the concept of a monad has changed, right? It's something that
Facts don't care about your feelings.
you give life to, right? As to what you understand. Now, through time, you're going back to hear what other people have imagined this monad as, right? That some people imagine it as the beginning, the concept, like that says there in the thing about the Pythagoreans. It says the term was first used by the Pythagoreans as the name of the beginning number of a series from which all following numbers are derived. Right? Well, that to me says one. It doesn't say
Correct. One.
It doesn't say the center, zero, a point, nothing, right? Which other people have, right? They've taken the unit down to an atom, so it was also the beginning concepts of atoms and particles. So the idea of the monad has been something in the past, and it now develops into the understanding that everybody has as their own individual idea of what the monad is. I think to us here, to me personally, the monad's a concept that you build everything around. It's a nothing that doesn't exist, yet you can encompass everything around this thing and then rely everything upon it. Namely, within this arena, it's the monad is the model, the globe, but it's the point where gravity exists or doesn't exist, right in the center. That bit there, that everything is built around. Nobody can know what it is, and it doesn't really exist because it's the center. If you build a sphere around it, then you have to take on the understanding that pi is a transcendental number, and that center point doesn't exist. That's the reason I think that we have the problem of the transcendental. That's somebody telling you that this thing doesn't exist, and therefore that's the big trick. The monad is the biggest trick of all, as in, it doesn't actually exist. It's a nothing. You can rely everything upon, which is far removed from the one that the Pythagoreans must have built their number system around.
Exactly. But it does become, for many, many people, it does become a god.
Yeah. Yeah,
that thing that must be defended
around it, aren't you? Your entire conception of everything is built around this thing.
John Dee wrote extensively about it as well. Get into John Dee at some time.
Yeah, because I mean, in reality, it doesn't exist, but you can still talk about it within conception, right? The essence of the thing, and you can see why some people would get into that. I mean, if you imagine that the atom is the smallest part that it can be devised into whenever you do this infinite regression and dividing down to a point where you can't divide it, well, that's supposed to be the monad, the scientific monad, which is the atom.
Yes, but this is Aristotle's idea, but this is practical idea, I would say, because he just said that you cannot divide into infinity. So he in that manner he proved that because you cannot divide physical objects ad infinitum, it means that the atom, this particle, has cannot be infinitely small. So he disproved. I would say that atom, in Aristotle's view, is not a monad. It's not nothing. Cannot be nothing because
I was talking
you
about
cannot.
like Leibniz.
Maybe Leibniz, but
Yeah,
but
I'm
not
saying the
Aristotle.
concept, it changes through time. You can't go back to one point and say this is what it is, because everybody takes the essence of what the monad is and interprets it for themselves. Pretty similar to a globe.
Yep. Throughout time. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I say it's ancient. This idea is ancient, right? So here's another thing about monad is and this is related to Gnosticism, interestingly enough. It says, according to Theodoret of Cyrus, 423 to 457 Byzantine Church. Okay, according to his book on heresies, the Arab Christian monoimus, not sure how to pronounce that, used the term monad to mean the highest God that created lesser gods or elements. In some versions of Christian Gnosticism, especially those deriving from Valentinius, a lesser deity known as the Demiurge had a role in the creation of the material world separate from the monad. In these forms of Gnosticism, the God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, is often considered to have been the Demiurge, not the monad. So this idea is thousands of years old.
Yes, I agree, but still, it puts Aristotle outside of that, because, and of course, Christianity, because if you are talking about Christian Gnostics, in fact, they were not Christians. They called themselves Christians, but they were not. They were just Gnostics. So yes, they wrote many things, Manichaeism, this dualism, and this demiurge or demiurge or as you said, demiurge. It's in certain Gnostic heresies was Jesus Christ also. So some Gnostics thought that this lesser God or even creation is Jesus Christ. So God, Father, is God, and Jesus Christ, his son, is this demiurge or whatever, this bad guy. So Manichaeists did that. It is called dualism. So they thought that God is dual. So good and bad, and good part in his is Father, and bad part is Son, i.e. Jesus Christ. So there are many Gnostic heresies and ideas, but they were not. They didn't belong to the church, so to speak. Never.
Yeah, I don't care so much about that, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's more
Because I'm not
metaphysics, isn't
defending
it?
the church. Yeah, I'm more concerned about, and the reason why, again, I brought it up is because we talk about the monad and we call certain people monad worshipers, and I think people that are new to our server or this YouTube channel, if they hear this term, this is what's meant by it. It is the circled dot, the circled center, and the center of a sphere is a monad, as is the center of a call it a flat Earth map if you want, or whatever you want to call it. That idea that there's a center with a circle, that is monadic. There is no way around it, and people will defend that monad very, very vehemently, and sometimes it will drive them absolutely mad because there's no way to prove their monadic God. Unfortunately for them, I think.
The all-encompassing point at the center of everything.
Everything. Yep.
I
To
will
be
not
worshipped.
say I will not say everything. But for me, it is just like light in the sky, which, for example, like Polaris. But I'm not worshipping it because
We're not
uh,
saying you are,
No,
Paper. I don't know why you're taking it personally.
no, but still, you know, if we are talking about universe, because we are de facto talking about a universe.
no. What we're talking about here, Paper, is a concept, right? It's a nothing. It's a no thing. It's a point. But this point that is a no thing encompasses everything.
Everything.
For them. Right? So what they've done is it's like an atheist's idea of God. This is the way I sort of look at it. Right? There's a nothing there. But that nothing is in the center of everything.
For me, it is just, I can say only for myself that I cannot worship that because if we are talking about physical world, so obviously physical world may have this center somehow, whatever, but this is just a physical center like in dimensions. So like every circle has a center and it is no problem. And if universe has shape as a whole, it can have a center, but this physical center is not nothing. It's just something like in figure, like in a circle. You have center, so what? I don't need to worship that.
Yeah, nobody's saying you do. And that's the point, that you have a worship idea. There is no worship monad because you don't have a God. It's the God of no God. This concept, it's a nothing.
Exactly.
That's what you have to
It
get
is the
in.
epitome.
Like, maybe
the epitome
not
of a
you,
false
Paper.
idol. Yeah, it's the epitome of a false idol. There's nothing there. It's not real. It's a complete concept of the mind that then gets worshipped by certain people as everything.
I must say that I cannot understand that because how could you worship, let's say, shape of physical world? This is for me
it's not a shape.
Unthinkable.
It's not a shape of a physical world, though. it's a construct of the mind that's then given to people, maybe even hoisted upon people, unbeknownst to them, even sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's the thing to me. It's a concept to take on, right? That there's an atheist that has no idea, no concept of God or anything, right? No idea, no thought involved in this at all. Yet their understanding is governed by something, right? There's always a driving force. Think of Logos, right? Now imagine the opposite of that. You've given up logic. You've taken on contradictions. So there is no reasoning. There's no logic. There's no worship of anything. There's just nothing there. So therefore, that nothing becomes everything.
But that would be nihilism. For me, it is
Welcome
most...
to 2023.
Yeah, I agree, Paper. You hit on the right word, nihilism. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, it is utter nonsense. So what makes me reluctant to this nihilism is that people are turning nothing into something. So because otherwise there is no object to worship. It's like creating. Maybe some people think that they create something from nothing, and therefore they are gods. But this is another story. But for me, it is nonsense, just pure nonsense.
In the case of the center, it's where everything turns upside down, right? Everything gets flipped. And therefore, it's a strange thing. Pi's related to this center. It's transcendental. You can't link numbers to it because of this. Therefore, it has a special holding in people's minds, especially within the occult, because there's something intriguing about it.
Yes, and this is the point where I cannot understand people that if there is something that they cannot understand, they think that they should worship it, like, for example, prime numbers. For me,
Yeah.
there is nothing special in prime numbers. So it is, let's say, arithmetic only speciality that you can divide only by one and that number. That's all. So, okay, this is limitation, but what's special about that?
Because it's
I
linked
don't
to
understand
one
that.
and itself. It makes the number as special as one in relation to it. It's just it's only used for coding and like, you know, security
Yes,
and
yes.
stuff like that. But
Yes, but
it
this
links it to the one. That's the thing. It's very special because it's linked to the one. And as Pythagoreans had, the monad is the thing that derives the rest of the numbers, which is one.
Yes, I agree, but still, what? So some people, like Pythagoreans or whatever, Gnostics, will put some spiritual meaning to prime numbers, for example.
To number.
For me, it is just nonsense.
I don't think
just nonsense.
Pythagoreans actually did that for
No,
instance,
I don't think so either.
Okay,
I think it's the
but
people who follow the number that have given that to Pythagoreans. Right? This is particularly about worship of the number.
Maybe, but still, there were some Gnostics, and still are, that put some meaning, spiritual meaning, to mathematics. So, or geometry, or arithmetics, or whatever. For me, this is just nonsensical and unreasonable, because mathematics and geometry and arithmetics, this is just our language, our reasoning, how we comprehend things.
Well, number is linked. If you link it, right, number, which it obviously must be, for number to be transcendental, then pi has to be derived, the number form has to be linked to the unit, and the unit would be the straight line. So the ratio of pi is circumference over diameter. Well, when you relate diameter to 1, then the circumference can be 3.14, you know, goes on forever, transcendental. So the number must be derived from that 1, which is what they're saying within mathematics and geometry, right? The link is within that unit, which is everything is, right? You have to have something relative to something else. And in this case, the unit, the 1, is the thing that everything was relative to.
Yes, but this problem with pi only exists in decimal system.
With the numbers being derived from the 1.
Yes, but only in decimal system, I would say, because if you divide the circle into degrees, you have no problem.
No, but you've got
There
the
is no,
diameter as being 1. So it
yeah,
fits 3.14 times around relative to the 1, not to the decimal system, relative to that unit, the diameter being 1.
no. I'm saying that this transcendental number, it means that it never ends after comma. It is only problem because we use decimal system in numbers. This is why the problem is. The same problem exists when we divide 1 into 3. So it normally it is not a problem, but if you use decimal system, you have problem because you have to add 3 ad infinitum. But in fact, if you divide a real object like line into 3 sections, you will have absolutely finished and finite sections. So, but if you want to express that in decimal system, in numbers, you need to use an infinite number of 3s. So you have 3, 3, 3, 3 ad infinitum. But this problem exists only in decimal system, because in graphically you can divide it into 3 completely finished and finite sections.
But
so for me it is no problem.
If you're using the unit value, right? So you get 3 of these 1s around the circumference, and then there's a portion left. Now, that portion has to be relative to the 1.
Yes, I agree.
So how do you divide that portion relative to that 1 within mathematics?
It is just beyond 3, but still problem with the expression is with numbers only, because in our decimal number you cannot express that as finite thing, but of course you can measure this ratio with for example like steel tape. You can measure finite, let's say, distance. Yeah. You can use steel tape, and you will get a finite number of centimeters or whatever.
Yeah, well, see, centimeters, that's decimal. And
yes,
this is where you come into the problems, right? Because in order for you to do optics or anything, then you require this proportional 1 to 100, let's say, which doesn't work through a metric system, or imperial rather. It doesn't work the same. You have to do it within this base 10. I think there are things that require the base 10 understanding through number that the imperial feet and inch can't deal with. I think that's why the American survey system uses feet in hundredths, because they couldn't give up the feet yet. They still need that base 10 in order to make the range finding and all that work.
Yeah, because feet are not decimal, and inches, they are not decimal.
You do require a decimal understanding through number. It's a necessary consequence, but it doesn't work, right? There's something that says you require this, yet here you're not going to be able to do it. You can't relate it. I'd say that's the fingerprints of God saying, you can't do this.
Say the same thing.
And that's half of this problem, where science comes in and science says, well, we say we can do it, and you just can't. There are some things that you cannot know. And this is one of the very earliest things. It comes in with the square root of 2, doesn't it? Like within the Pythagorean formula, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, you come up against the problem with the unit, with their very monad. That gives them the problem. That's the first thing that you could come to. And that's not got anything to do with decimalization of it. That's just to do with the squares. So mathematics at some point says you can't do this number, whatever, but it's all related to this very thing. They say the Pythagoreans had it, and then they want to call it a monad, the center or whatever. Well, that's a misunderstanding. The Pythagoreans had a 1 as their monad, not a point. The inclusion of the 0, the point, obviously came later than that, because 0 doesn't exist. It's a point, even within Euclidean geometry. That's
no thing.
Where you start, yeah. That of which has no parts. It's a no thing.
I think the Pythagoreans had the line.
Yeah.
The line. Personally, that's what I think. But again, the monad is an interesting concept, and what Bev has on the screen, I think most of you can see it. Still, it's at the top there. That's Leibniz, and for those of you who are so inclined to be researching these kinds of things in people, Leibniz, along with Isaac Newton, very big in the whole calculus thing.
That's
not a coincidence, folks.
Yeah,
it sure is. That's not a coincidence. You
point
could start talking to some.
The slope of the point of a curve, something like that.
Yeah, and you could talk to certain people in this arena. Again, seems that they hang out a lot in this arena here. But the monad worshippers also seem to have a cozy relationship with calculus as well. They'll defend calculus and
that's
in
the
all
very
of its glory,
point, isn't it? It's the infinitely small point where they call it a straight line, but they want to try and take it to the no thing. In fact, Charles and Rumpus both say that is the point.
Yep.
When they don't really understand it, but I mean, this goes to show where the power of the monad. Mathematicians can come up with the concepts, give you calculus, so you can have this understanding that there is a slope of a curve at a point. And now, modern times, Charles and Rumpus are completely convinced that you can have a 90-degree angle at the end of the diameter.
Yep. I mean, look at that. What's in that little blurb about the monad? It says monads have no true causal relation with other monads. I mean, you'd think that you were talking about a real live thing here.
Yeah,
but all are perfectly synchronized with each other by God in a pre-established harmony. Come on now.
God gave you the monad.
So I'm reading this Leibniz. This what is posted, but it means that mathematicians invented some kind of their mathematical god.
Yes,
Exactly.
exactly, paper.
But it has nothing to do in, for example, in Christian God or whatever
But
else
hang on a
God.
minute. No, you are right essentially. But be careful, because when you go to research these people, it is one of the first things that you see is that they are in fact related and strongly linked to Christian to the Christian religion, to the Christian faith. You and I think would agree, probably not that, right? Probably not that. But that's absolute. Look up Leibniz. Look him up.
Well,
He was a theologian
you've still got
and a
to take on.
mathematician.
Yeah, you've still got to take on the fact that modern day consequences of this is that people like Flat Earth Math, Charles, does actually believe that this falsifies horizontals being parallel.
Yep.
It falsifies the perpendicular argument of geometry in reality. It's like he's taken this on as that God. That he goes to it. It's his savior in
And think about that.
argumentation.
Think about that for a second, because he does that to try to debunk what we would say is reality. And reality is creation, if you happen to believe in a creation. So people like Charles are actually debunking the true creator, the creator of reality, in which horizontal level is horizontal and horizontals exist. But they think that they can debunk all of that, just like they think that they can apply mathematical numeric thing to pi. It's an amazing feat, and really does get all mixed up. But I think if you really think through these things, it's pretty easy to see what's going on.
And he says monads. So it is self-contradictory.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Have no true causal relation with other monads. So it is like saying single but multiple.
Yes.
This is just contradiction. This is mad. If this Leibniz said that, I would say that he was mad.
Yeah, they are, all of them. But
They are.
that's where they take mathematics from this geometric understanding and start placing it into the numerical monadic worship, right? It's contradictory because they're trying to place something that doesn't exist into this mathematical system.
The next sentence is even worse. Contradiction. But all these monads are perfectly synchronized with each other.
Yeah.
So if monad is synchronized, it means that it is in some relation. So I don't know. For me, this is just complete nonsense. By God. So monads are synchronized by God. In pre-established harmony. So just gobbledygook. I would not.
Madness, isn't it?
I would not name. Of course, someone could say that. Okay, he was a theologian. No, that kind of language is just Gnostic theology. This is not real theology or Christian or whatever. This is just Gnosticism. But you can name it theology, but in fact, this is Gnosticism.
Okay, so if geometry gave you the unit value of 1, which would be the straight line, that would give you the value of pi and all of that sort of stuff, then the inclusion of 0 into the numerical system would cause problems, because there is no point, right? Within geometry, just having a point, a 0, gives you nothing. You can't do anything with it, right? It's a nothing. And then, can you go less than that? Well, not within geometry, no. But if you want to start adding numbers, then you can. You can have a 0. I mean, it's not an actual thing, but once you place it there, you can then go less than that. Minus. Right, now you know within logic that the double negative exists. But can that work with number and line? Can't work with line, can it?
Try that with your bank account. Go to have a negative balance and then double the negative balance and see if you suddenly have a positive number. Doesn't quite work that way. No.
So, like, certain things only
sadly
happen
not.
within number. I know, it's bad. But
Yeah.
it's allowed within number, but not reality. And mathematics should be related to reality, but the inclusion of 0 takes it beyond that. So what they're doing here, this is Leibniz, they're trying to monadicize mathematics. And there probably was a pushback at some point, but we've gone beyond that now, that all of this has been accepted.
Yep.
However many generations.
Leibniz was a contemporary of Bacon, was he not? Or was it Descartes? I can't remember. Bacon was 1500s or 1600s?
16, I think.
16.
Yeah, because Leibniz was as well. So all part Hume, all part of the same thing. By the way, for those of you who are listening, maybe haven't joined the Discord, this is the kind of stuff we discuss in the Discord all the time, especially during the day. I know a lot of people work and stuff, but even if you have a chance to pop in and listen, there's a lot of these discussions happening all the time in this Discord server. So if you find this kind of stuff interesting, come on into the Discord.
Different sort of conversation, but it's always to relate to reality. I think the advanced simplicity takes it back to the understanding that 0, number wise, is a nothing. And if you relate that to geometry, a point's got no relevance, and you can't have less than that. You can't take something away if you start with nothing. We had a conversation last night with a guy that wanted to measure 0. He wanted to measure nothing and state that that was a measurement. So that's, to me, that's a conceptualization of the monad. He wanted to say that the monad was a thing he could measure. Sounds weird, but you have to understand the concept of the monad. Hopefully.
Yeah, for me, this definition, Euclidean definition, what point is, and that has property location, but this property is not about point itself. It is only where it is, not what it is. So, in fact, you cannot make point as unit of measurement because it is 0. So you cannot measure 0 but using 0 because you will not measure anything by 0. So
Yeah,
I don't know why
to call it a no thing. Nothing.
Yes, I would say nothing to measure, so no magnitude. You have to have magnitude to measure. So, and this magnitude you have, you can make it as unit, like meter or whatever, or centimeter, whatever, and then you can compare to an object, and then you can measure this object with the units. But unit has to have real magnitude, and zero has zero magnitude. It means no magnitude. So you cannot measure anything with zero. It's just for me insane that someone is saying that he can measure zero or something with zero.
It's a common occurrence, though. I've heard it mentioned quite a few times, people measuring an angle of zero, a length of zero. I don't know. It's crazy, but I think it's been given to people as a concept that, you know, the moment you start giving the monad a well, it's a thing, isn't it? You're giving it a name, so therefore it becomes something. But really, it's a no thing. It's a point, and a point is that of which has no parts. It's a no thing. But you're talking of the not that, really. It's the original, not that. Oh, Level Bastard's talking about that. It's a special day tomorrow for Nico. He goes out and worships.
Oh, that's right. Worshipping the equinox tomorrow. Yeah, good luck with that, Nico, if you're listening. Yeah, happy equinox day.
But you have to take away the equinox, right? The idea of the
equal night, equal dark.
Yeah, the concept of what it means, because the equal night part varies by 20 odd days. But he's giving one day the specific.
Well, he's doing that because of the angle, the 90 degree. But that also doesn't exactly happen either.
Yeah, it's another
fraction
one of the
off of 90,
isn't it?
Yeah,
right?
it sure is.
Everyone, everywhere, tomorrow will watch the sun rise in the east, being
due east.
Yeah, 90 degrees from north
90
south.
degrees.
Mm-hmm. And it will set in the west 90 degrees due south for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's Nico's claim. I'd say that sounds impossible.
And in fact, it is. That was pretty much debunked by a couple of guys in here.
Sounds impossible.
Pretty easily.
Like for everyone, I think.
Everyone, everywhere
on
in
any
the world.
Model, like even in reality.
Yeah.
But to Nico, it proves his model. Work that one out. He's going to push it, so you'll have to wait and see how many people take this one on and present it as a proof or whatever, because you'll know how highly ranked Nico is within this by how many other people of the trolls or whatever start measuring perpendiculars. Is that what everybody's doing, measuring perpendiculars? Or are we going to say that perpendicular to east-west is north-south? Because that's what I always thought. I always thought that north-south came from the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Because that's why they built supposedly Stonehenge and these monuments, because it's where the sun rose within the archways when you were stood somewhere on a certain day of the year or whatever, and that signified a turning point. I don't know where.
Will be interesting. Hopefully, Nico comes in tomorrow on his special day. It'd be great.
I think we've got really bad clouds, so don't think I'm going to be able to
take part in the celebration. Well, you still can.
no.
I mean, it's still the equinox.
I can always go out there and measure a 90, right? Just for him.
Sure. Yep.
How far is that horizon? Is that little hill there? I mean, who can imagine that you would be looking at the horizon like that and saying, you know, that the other people, the ones that we ridicule, they think that's a hill. Like, what? I'm pretty sure they don't.
Just thinking about it.
Yeah, we've found some no-name dude that says it's a hill. That's more like it. Loads of little humps. I think I did have that as a model somewhere. All mapped out for him. The amount of concepts that you've been given within this arena, and the false narratives that, you know, like, people are compliant within certain arguments, and which arguments to bring in and which arguments to not bring in. Then has anybody else ever heard of the Horizon Hill?
Never once heard anybody but Nathan say that. So sorry.
He was talking maybe about topographical horizon.
I don't know. I don't think so. No.
But in this in QE modus tollens, it was explicitly said that this is geometric.
Yeah, but it's not a hump, right? It's not a hill.
Yes.
Nathan talked about.
Unless Nathan was just being super hyperbolic. But still. Put that in someone's mind. It's almost like, you know, when they talk about the sextant and then 10th man comes in and says globe 1,500 times. What are you doing?
I can remember, you know, like the flat plane. That's a slightly new development that hasn't been going around for a long time. That, you know, but I can remember Nathan Oakley and thinking he's overusing the tangent, because I think it's Nathan Oakley that gave everybody the idea of the tangent, and he took that from Mick West's drawing. I think that's where Nathan Oakley got it from, and he overused it. It's been taken out of use recently, the tangent, because
now everything is not tangent but flat. We have flat angle, flat line, flat plane, flat Earth, whatever. What else? I've missed something. Generally, everything is flat now.
Yeah, he's by saying tangent and saying tangent from your eye. Every time he was implying a model. And he didn't realize it until somebody had to point it out to him, that that tangent that he used all of the time was giving people an imagined picture of a model. So he has stopped using it. And now he wants to give everybody the idea, the concept of a triangle, but with one line, one of the arms of the one of the angles being horizontal. It doesn't. It's not relating it to the tangent that he used to talk about in any way. Has everyone been keeping up to date with Brian Leakey's videos? I don't know. It's not the sort of thing he should be doing, but I think he's pointing out some very important points. What he's going over at the minute, he's noticing some falsehoods that have been proliferated within this arena for quite a while, and I would urge people to start watching and making themselves aware, like Brian Leakey's made himself aware of the things that are going on in the world in these modern times. What we could be talking about here? Well, he was pushing a bit to get Nathan on with Owen.
I think they're talking about
Arwen
Arwen.
and Owen Benjamin. Yeah, can you imagine that? That'd be fucking great.
Oh my lord. I don't think Arwen would go as Arwen would think it would go. Sure.
Even though Owen likes Nathan, it's because they're tall, aren't they? Owen Benjamin likes tall people.
Yeah, he considers himself a height supremacist.
Yeah. So Nathan's got a, he's quite tall, isn't he? I think.
Pardon, who is height supremacist? What does it mean?
Owen Benjamin.
So, someone who looks down upon people that are shorter than, well, he says like 6'3". I think that's his limit.
Okay.
He's a
yeah,
comedian,
he's like a giant.
so.
He's like 6'8" or something crazy like that.
6'7", 6'8", something like that.
How he could converse with someone from that position? So how can you converse with someone who is already established by you as inferior? So it's just.
Oh, it's just a joke. He's not serious about
Not
that.
serious.
It's
Okay.
just comedy.
He's a comedian. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, don't take what he says too seriously.
Speaking of Brian Leakey, I think you summoned him. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian, you must have been listening.
Maybe someone said his name 3 times. Popped out of a mirror.
I think when you come to the realization that these summonings, when people have gone against the official narrative, you start to question the official narrative, and within this arena, the shadow giants have been exposed.
Yep. You show as muted, Brian. I saw you go out and come back in if you're having trouble. You show as muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I was just listening, but I was trying to put on a headphone. But how much longer y'all going to be on for, Beth?
Well, it's Friday night. Why you?
Yeah, I had a
you want to come
I had a
back?
topic I was going to bring up. No. I was going to just listen, but in about 20 minutes, I had a topic I wanted to bring up if I wasn't too late.
No, if you want to bring a topic up, then it's free for all Friday. You sort your mic out though, so we can hear you.
Yeah.
Sit down, maybe.
Roger that.
Put your feet up.
Yeah, I know Brian likes to walk around when he's talking.
I used to be the same when I was on the phone.
Hopefully I don't cut out. But one thing before Brian goes, I can remember the first time I came around here. I remember hearing tangents so much that I used it, and I remember you asking, "What's a tangent?" Like it's where a line touches a circle. Okay, yeah, got it. Anyway, I thought it was funny. That was one of the
Oh.
You are breaking, but
you just went, Buster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, I can remember those times where the overuse of the tangent had to be pointed out. Because people pick it up. People pick up certain words. And this recent flat plane, say recent, it's been about a year. But more people are picking it up now. I've heard McToon playing the flat plane game.
Mm-hmm.
They need compliant people within this thing, and the eye-line tangent is definitely a globe thing. But now it's to a small hill. And the guys are talking about Arwen. I mean, everybody knows that Arwen bans everybody because he's scared of conversation. But Arwen can have a conversation with us at any time. He chooses not to. If Owen Benjamin with the height supremacist, then Arwen's well, I don't know. What could you say? An anti flat earther, where he considers anybody that doesn't accept that the Earth's flat as an anti flat earther and won't talk to them. Talks ill of them because he only talks to flat earthers who agree with him, I think. But yeah, Arwen, like I said to Nathan Oakley and QE, 10th man, the door's open for conversation. If anybody does want to have a conversation, let's go somewhere else, go to a different place. It's just that I don't think Nathan Oakley would want us to have that conversation. So offers there for anyone, particularly Arwen. I'd like to know why Arwen's got such a bad impression of me, by association, everybody else that comes here. I think that's a little bit unfair. That should be explained by Arwen. People like that. Yeah, we had a little conversation. I don't listen to him much, but put him on the other day, and yeah, he said that he'd talked to people outside of this arena. About 3 or 4, was it? I don't know how many it was. That's just people that he talked to outside of this arena. So, yeah, he's not used to talking to people, Arwin. Which does show, really.
While we're waiting for another topic, did you want to look at the poll? I think the poll's pretty interesting. See the results yet?
39. Yeah,
39
quarters.
votes. 3/4.
Yeah. So, I'm guessing, I don't know, people perhaps not understand the question.
Possible.
You mean about this false dichotomy?
Yeah.
Because it is difficult question. Because if you have two options, you are creating dichotomy by contradiction or by opposition. And if you have, for example, opposition, you can have something in the middle, like color. If you say white and not white, that would be contradiction. It means it is dichotomy by contradiction. But if you say white and black, you have by contradiction and by opposition. So if you say that white and blue, or white and red, whatever, it is a contradiction in first sense, because red is not white. So you can say that it is dichotomy, but it is not opposite like black and white. So sometimes if you have something in the middle, it doesn't mean that it falsifies dichotomy. Because if you put in this blue or red in the middle between white and black, it is contradiction, because white is contradictory to anything. It's contradictory to blue and contradictory to black. But like opposition, white is not opposite to blue as it is opposite to black. So in this case, the dichotomy would be between white and black, but not between white and blue. So sometimes you can have something in the middle, and you can have still true dichotomy, like black and white. But that's why, for me, it was very difficult question. I answered no, because of this caveats I have made just now. Because it is, for me, it is really very difficult question. Because in some category it is dichotomy, and in other category it is not. In some category you can have true dichotomy without anything in the middle, like white, not white. But in case of, for example, brightness, white, then blue in the middle, and black at the end. So dichotomy would be between white and black, but in the middle you have blue. And it doesn't falsify dichotomy between white and black. So for me, very, very difficult question. I was confused. And I answered no. But in the first, at first glance, I said to myself, I have to say yes to both. But I have only one option. So I chose that one. Very difficult question.
Yeah, that's an interesting take.
Yeah.
What did you think, Bev? Well, you put the poll together, so
Yeah, I did. Well, I was like, it shown by there being more than two options, right? So you set up, here's the dichotomy, white or black, right? And then I'm going to give you choices, white, black, or blue. Does those three choices show that it's a false dichotomy, white or black? That was the idea of it.
Yeah, yes, I understand. But in fact, if you have three choices, you haven't got dichotomy, because dichotomy is two choices.
Mm-hmm.
So
the
if you
idea
have three,
is because there's a flat Earth and a globe Earth.
I understand.
To show that there is another option. But
yes,
there
but
are
still,
people that say it's a dichotomy, right? But therefore, it's a false dichotomy. Because there is other options. You don't have to choose one or the other.
Yes, but it means that it is not dichotomy at all. It doesn't mean that this dichotomy is false, because even false dichotomy is some kind of dichotomy. But if you have three choices, there is trichotomy, not dichotomy. So it is not dichotomy at all. So that's why I struggled with an answer.
Yep, it's understandable, and I understand where you were coming from, Paper, as well. I had a similar kind of thinking, but I did answer yes, because to me, the idea of a false dichotomy in itself proves is the wrong word, but begs the fact that there's a third option, because it wouldn't be a false dichotomy if there wasn't a third option, right? So unless you look at it the way you did, from a complete opposition, which again, these words are sometimes difficult, right? Because you look up dichotomy, complete one thing in complete opposition of the other thing. At least two dictionaries that I saw have that as the definition. Complete opposite, meaning you can't have a third option because you have this, whatever this is, and it's complete opposite. So you only have two choices. Then that's a dichotomy. But a false dichotomy, almost by virtue of it, the name of it says, well, that's not true, because there's going to be a third option, at least a third option, maybe more. So that's why I answered yes to that question.
Yeah,
but I see where you're coming from.
My idea was, right, that this is a flat Earth versus globe Earth, right? And you'll hear anybody within this arena state that if you say not one of them, that means you're going for the other, right? Now, that implies a dichotomy. But the fact that you can falsify both of them would mean that there has to be at least another choice. Otherwise, you'll have to take on something that you've already falsified. So therefore, that would be presented as a dichotomy. Yet, really, there's only one answer. There's only reality. So is that a false dichotomy if you're going the other way, right? There's only one answer, and that's reality. Mm-hmm. And different conceptions of what people imagine, they just placing you on different places. So the false dichotomy on this one for flat Earth or globe Earth isn't that there's a third option. It's that there is only reality.
Yeah.
There's only really one option, and these two things are both falsifiable, so they're not real anyway.
Yep. I thought it was a really interesting question, and I agree with Paper. It can be it can be pretty difficult. Yeah.
Because in contradiction to globe, let's say that we assume that it is globe. So contradiction to this globe is not this globe. This is contradiction. But not this globe doesn't necessarily means that it is flat Earth. It doesn't imply flat Earth. The same with flat Earth. If we say flat Earth, so contradiction to flat Earth is not flat Earth. And not flat Earth does not automatically imply this globe.
So in this arena, you would agree false dichotomy, Paper? Am I reading that right? At least
So-
when you talk about this arena?
I would say that this is in that sense that you have more options. So it is not dichotomy at all. So I would say that it is violating this principle of tertium non datur. It means there is no third option, because to search for truth, you always reduce everything to dichotomy.
Yep.
So it means that if you still haven't got dichotomy, it means that you cannot say that opposition to false statement is truth. Because if we have more options, it does not mean that your opposition is true, because you have more option. And you can create dichotomy between this middle option and this option you rejected. So that's why I would say that this is violation of this law
Would
of
you call it a
excluded
false
middle.
dichotomy then? Because it's been set up as a dichotomy. And you can falsify that dichotomy by showing that both of them are false, or maybe there's another option, or like you can show a false dichotomy.
In that case, in that meaning, yes, I would agree. But from formal point, I have objections. But I still don't take that that I think that question is wrong. I don't think so.
It's how do we get the rhetoric right to ask these questions? And even when you do, other people can look at the words and interpret them differently. I mean, that's a point of the conversation, right? It's a place where arguments are formed because of this wording of how to do this. I mean, I did struggle for how to ask the question, because you don't want to be giving too much within the question, otherwise it makes it
I would say that there are at least for me, too many options to answer, and two objections for yes and for no.
Isn't that the idea of a false dichotomy? It's part of this sophistry to set up a trick, so that you need to unpick you need to have the ability to unpick the falsitivity within the dichotomy that's been set up.
Maybe, but I don't think that this question is malfunction. So you can have your pluses and minuses for any answer you pick. So I picked mine. Kevin picked his, and I'm still not sure which one I should pick.
Fair enough, Paper. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea is to stimulate conversation that people can decide, right? Everybody has their own ideas on the way things are. Now, maybe people weren't clear on what a false dichotomy is. Well, not even what a dichotomy is. Never mind a false one. Because it's all wrapped up within sophistry and the use of words.
Generally, true dichotomy is reached only in that case where you have this dichotomy in the same category. Like, for example, I gave that example with colors. So between white and not white, it is dichotomy. But between white and blue is not, because we are talking about color. If we are talking about brightness, there is only white and black dichotomy. But if we are talking about color, different color, anything except white is in dichotomy to white. So it is very easy to confuse categories. That's why if we are taking these colors, we need to know if we are talking about colors or if we are talking about brightness. Because if we are operating, let's say, in brightness category, dichotomy would be only white and black.
We're talking about false dichotomies, though.
Yeah. Yes. So in that case, if we are talking about colors, brightness, white and blue is not dichotomy. But if we are talking about colors, white and blue is dichotomy, because blue is not white. So that's generally confusing category is the cause of creating false dichotomy. So that's general rule, what it is, false dichotomy in logic. Confusing categories.
Which is what occurs within this arena. Basically,
yes, because
I'm trying to let people know that there is another choice, right? You don't have to take on the contradictions of either the flat model or the globe model. You're not forced into it because that's a false dichotomy. There are other choices. That's what I'd want to let people know. That if you've had enough of the circular arguments that go round and round, getting nowhere with the people that don't let you have certain arguments, they shut you down. Well, that's what we're here for. That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be exposing these false dichotomies, the fallacious arguments, and basically just the people that are trying to trick you. Well, I don't know. It's a bit too much to say that trying to trick you, but like Brian Leakey is going to come in a bit. He's exposed some falsehoods that some people don't seem to realise. Now, these were meant to be the shadow giants of this community, but it's quite obvious that they've been proven to be contradictory to themselves and each other. And that's got to be shown, right? You need to be able to show people these sort of things. People should be made aware of them. And anybody that doesn't have the ability to question it, then, well, I don't know. I guess you know what happens when you do that. Are you getting much backlash, Brian, or I don't know? Not from, I'm not talking about from QE, because I don't think QE will ever address it. Talking about from the rest of the community, the support flirts. The
Can you
model
hear me?
afflicted wants to do that. Are you back here, Brian?
Yeah, mic check, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit low. Let me just check your levels. Go on, try that again.
All right, I think I got that was actually almost perfect, and I was just getting back.
Yeah.
But yeah, believe it or not, very little backlash. Like I was worried about, I wasn't worried because I'm going to go with the truth regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm wrong, I want somebody to point it out, or if I'm speaking falsely, I want somebody to point it out. I don't want to just keep carrying on, lying on accident or just wrong. And but I was worried. I'm like, I'm probably going to lose half my subscribers. But who cares, man? It ain't about subscribers. We're here for truth, right? So I just pointed out some obvious contradictions and what I was taught. And yeah, surprisingly, when I pointed out the fact that, just for example, the claim that, they said over and over that water boils at, this ain't anything new. They claim water boiled at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 atmosphere of pressure. It was written down in the hypothesis, and then they said that they never claimed that. They always just said heat caused water to boil. So no big deal. Just retract it. That, yeah, well, you used to say that. We used to write it down, but no, we changed it to now it's just heat causes water to boil.
Our arguments developed. It's just flowed along with discussion. Yeah.
Surprisingly, I went up in subscribers. Like I crave it. But I wasn't going to sit on, shit that I knew wasn't right. And then, with the, because I was, going up against QE because admittingly, he taught me a lot. Like when he first came in, he pointed out the difference between science and pseudoscience. And we held Glover's feet to the fire, man. And like I said, we applauded him for that. That was good and everything. But then he was talking about all these quantum experiments and up too far. I was just looking into it, and he said that thing experiment, and he claimed had to be backed by experiment, and he said over and over and over that light was a particle. Because I always thought that was the debate, whether light was a particle or a wave or what is light. Nobody really knows. And he said, no, it's been scientifically proven to be a particle.
Yeah.
And he said over and over, in presentation after presentation, that Compton scattering, which was Einstein, and photoelectric effect, which was Einstein, that they were experiments. And then when I went on his show to talk about the Michael C. Morley, he asked me what the hypothesis was, and he kind of cut me off, and he kind of caught me off guard. But then when he started talking about photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, I asked him what the hypothesis was, and he said that it's not an experiment, it's a demonstration. And I was like, wait. So I went back to double check because I was like literally believed everything he said in all them presentations. And I went back and he claimed over and over and over that they were scientifically proven, light was scientifically proven to be a particle. And one thing led to another. And it's just like, and I started seeing why he was doing it, in my opinion. But I just want a retraction from him. Look, you said that science proved light was a particle. And by your strict definition of science, that, that's what you need to make a claim is experiment. And you called these things experiments over and over and over, year after year. So I just want a retraction, maybe there's more he could teach me. But that's that. Was he lying? That's the question. Was he just wrong, or was he lying, or that's for you to decide.
Brian, it is sophistry, because not what you are saying, but what science says about light. Because when I was listening to this Whitsitt versus Dr. Blitz, this conversation, so this Dr. Blitz, Glober, he is mathematical physicist, or whatever it is called. So not physicist, not mathematics. I don't know what it is, mathematical physics. But he said that it is a massless particle. What the heck is that? Massless particle. So particle without mass. For me, this is just gibberish, but they want to get rid of this problem, because if you say that particle has no mass, so why it is considered to be a particle at all? Because in fact it is possible. How can you have particle without mass?
Here's the gist of it. I mean, I really don't even know where to start. Like when he's talking about coming out of the concept, he describes time as a concept that we use this and that. And then when people try and bring up ether, because if you're talking about light being a wave, you don't have all these. I'm not sure light is a wave, okay? And I'm not 100% on board with ether, but I think it's an interesting conversation. And the fact that he acts like science proved light's a particle, a massless, they want to give it momentum in the mathematics, but no mass. While it's rest, it's crazy. But he's coming outside of the convention, is my opinion. And like you wind up calling light a particle is fine for your simulations, programming, and to calculate and shit. But when you come out of that convention and call it a particle, and describe it as a rock hitting a screen, you've just made a bold claim. And then you wind up with paradoxes, like where you get the Venn diagram paradox, you get, the violation of causality paradox. And you don't get that with light being a wave. And so that would be my argument if I was arguing light was a wave. If I was arguing it's a particle, I'd bring up maybe the photoelectric effect. The fact that they say, it hits the dislodging electron and shit. It's a whole big thing. But I'm trying to hold people's feet to the fire on the honesty of it all, and that nobody knows any of that shit for certain. And to make a bold claim that exactly what it is, and try and prove God with it, ain't that a kind of a lack of faith in the first place? You just put your faith in quantum physics now. If you say that these experiments prove God, it's weird to me.
Can you remember the Ranty fallout?
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, he was dogging Arwen, and Ranty kind of tried to defend him. Slick James Johnson was around at the time and asking him, can you show us any of this? Can you show us a interference pattern collapsing into, and he admitted that no, he's never been a part of any of them experiments.
Yeah, that's not what he said. He said,
what did he say?
Yes, he can, but because that's when Sleeping Warrior was round here. He said yes, he can, but he doesn't want to give it up for Ranty, because who's Ranty? Why give this rebuttal to Ranty? So supposedly he has got it. That's what Sleeping Warrior told us. He does have an answer.
An answer to what?
To this, whatever it is that you're doing, right? So what happened with Ranty is, I think, a show that you're not meant to go up against QE. Because then you have to leave, right? It's just nobody's not meant to do what you're doing now, right? The lesson was taught from Ranty, obviously. It's all been forgotten about now, but we're going to find out what's going to occur. And I predict they'll just ignore it. Nathan Oakley's going to ignore all of the Black Swan stuff. QE's ignored the Black Swan. They're going to ignore the sextant stuff, all of the rebuttals to all of that sort of stuff. So this is just another one of them things.
But I must say this, I started a video of QE saying good riddance with Randy, and then just going off on Sleeping Warrior, going off on Arwen, going off on 10th Man. I mean, literally just went off on everybody. But I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do that, dude. I ain't got nothing against Adam or 10th Man. I just want, but man, the way I just want one of them, because I know Brian's logic, dude. He's not scared of a conversation, and he is not scared to hold his ground. So I'm thinking maybe somebody like him or somebody will see this and just simply ask him the question. Like, hold on, now you taught us for years. You taught us literally for years that these were experiments proving light's a particle. Don't in your head make an excuse like, well, there's other experiments. No, these are claims written down on paper over and over, which had me fooled. I literally argued for it for a long time, and I was literally wrong. And now that I figured it out, point out, I just want somebody to question him. But yeah, you see what happens when everybody else, and even Austin, him and QE were tight until Austin just disagreed with him on one damn thing. And now all of a sudden, Austin's like the king of the gutter just for disagreeing with this man. It's ridiculous, dude. So I want somebody on the panel to grow a set and simply ask him a question. But he'll probably freak out before he even answers. But
he can't answer it. Everybody knows he can't answer it. Nobody can answer it. Like, QE's not special. Just because he's in this arena and people have lofted him up to be some sort of shadow giant. He doesn't know. Nobody knows what fuck light is.
Yeah, but see, he's got Nathan trapped in a position. Dude, to me, Nathan's show used to be great. We used to go there and have conversations, and he might not agree with us, but he would totally devour, degrade us. Like, even Ballers, he'd jump on your ass. We admired him for that, but now it's got to the point where he just shuts down conversations and rags on his own people. But he doesn't know. Like, he knows now. Probably he's probably contemplating in his head. But if you watch his views, they went down about a month or two after QE joined, and just plummeted after that, just almost consistently. And I think his show has a potential to be great again. But he's repeating QE's falsehoods. Like, he was fooled into thinking that light was proven to be a particle too by experiment. And then, I called him out. And so I think that, the right thing to do would be to retract it. Like, okay, look, they weren't experiments. I was wrong or whatever, or I didn't mean that, or give me some fucking explanation. Don't just to me for 3 years right in my face over and over and over, had me arguing in your behalf. And not even acknowledge the lie or the falsehood, whatever, But unfortunately, Nathan got tangled up in the shit. I think, and look where it's got him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, good luck to you. I hope that these conversations could come out, because these are the interesting conversations, aren't they? But I think this is where you find out who are the true rhetoricians. And I don't think QE's one of them. He has scripted little slides, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
They've not changed in years.
Dude, I asked him a question. If he might just freak out on you. You dumb crayon much. Like,
has he not sent for you? Because I can remember getting those. QE wants a word with you. Like it's somebody sent him some clip of something that you said somewhere, and he's gonna, like he's gonna have a go at you.
He's your
I
manager.
said,
He's calling you into the
I'm,
office.
that's funny. I messaged him and said, just address it. And I don't know if you were lying. I don't, or if you, but if you address it, this is, and he banned me. Like I can't even message him now. I used to be able to message him, and now I get Clyde bot.
Yeah,
This should be a test.
that's your
Seriously, this
answer.
should be a testament, right? And Bev has said it for quite a while now. We've been talking about it almost every day, right? Like, Bev will ask me, "Do you think we'll be able to have a conversation about?" No, no way, no. And it's true. There's certain people in this arena just cannot have a conversation. They can't. Why? This is my take. This is just me saying this, right? Nobody else, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's really the bottom line. They talk a good game. They're boisterous. They're loud. They're this, they're that. But in the end, they really, really, in their heart of hearts, don't know what they're talking about. They just have a narcissistic personality. And they throw it out there thinking they know what they talk about, thinking they can get over on people with either their personality or their use of vocabulary or something like that. But they can't have a conversation because to
That's
have
what.
oh, sorry, Buster. Let me just fish up. To have a real conversation, a real dialectic means you have to have respect for the person you're talking to. Go ahead, Buster.
I was just gonna say that's what started irking me, or like bugging me. It was like a rub early on when I was listening to him. Like like everybody else says, you get into it, you start doing research. I was listening to different podcasts, and I stumbled on that, on the Flat Earth debate. And he opened his up. It was a Discord. I was like, "What's Discord?" I was disillusioned, thinking, "Man, I'm gonna get to go ask these guys in like the pre-show or after show, like, what is this thing you're talking about? Why are you talking about it? Those types of ideas." And it's just like, you don't get to do that. You just have to regurgitate what they regurgitate, or you're just out. I mean, that's just how it works. Like, if you don't say it like we say it, and I'm like, well, why are you saying it like that? These are the questions that I wanted. Like, where can I find this stuff out at? It's like, it's just information that's regurgitated, whether it's right or wrong. That's what, and then like coming around here and finding Bev spot on, Emma, it was like, you actually got to talk about things, ask questions.
Breath of fresh air, eh?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's
You weren't
like,
shut
I'm
down
surprised that
immediately.
all of Nathan's audience ain't over. In my opinion, they eventually will be, or at least understanding what's going on over on this server, because Bev was, he was propped up all the time, and as soon as one thing didn't agree with their story, they've got a way to shut down every argument. That's not a debate. Look, if anybody see how these arguments do in an actual debate, like they were ragging me debating McToon, which is probably the best the Globe has, and I pinned his ass down on like 3 or 4 topics, like completely, just beat face red, pinned him down, and like he was a little dishonest right out of the gate and shit. But when I caught on and seen how he was going to play it, I adapted, and like I said, I shut his ass down. But he's probably the best the Globe has to offer, and I don't see any of them debating him. All they do is stay over there, and they found out a way to shut down every argument by not letting somebody talk and just forcing questions. Just directing the conversation to their questions and shutting it down, man. And that's where they did. That's what they did with science. Like, if you're going to on one cheek say that the shape of the earth globe Earth debate has nothing to do with science, but then ask everybody for science when they come in. I understand with Globers and when they make these outrageous claims of science, I'm good with that. But now everything anybody says, you want science, and then you got to get definitions and all that. You've just shut conversations down. That debate's not going to work on any other platform outside of their own. And it's just baffling, man. But Buster, man, we love your shit around here, man. Good.
I appreciate that. What? Okay. There's another point. I've always done music. I've done it for 30 years, you know, like off and on, you know, different levels, never like
Fine
professional.
music.
What's that?
I'm just, dude.
Oh, well, I mean, but when I came into this arena, I didn't know if what I did would be able to fit. And I did present something, not like actual, like recorded music, but I had an idea for something and it just got ignored. And then when I came over to Bev's, it was a while. Like it was probably like a year or so before I ever even played the guitar or whatever.
We didn't even know that you could play guitar. It was like,
Yeah.
no way.
Well, for me, like as a musician, whatever, so like sometimes you're worried, like, like not in here, but like, is this a country crowd? Is this like a jazz crowd? You know, like I'm gonna present this thing that I do. Is it gonna be received well? And it was like I always kind of like, well, if the time's right, and it comes up, you know, I'll do something, and you know, everybody loved it. But all that to say, the only reason I've done what I've done so far is because of the conversations and the people that enjoy the music, you know. So like all of the words written were all ideas, conversations had around here, you know. I never would have wrote any of those songs had I not been in here talking and discussing with the people here.
Bro, that's crazy. I was just the other day. I was listening to. I found your channel. I think I commented a couple times, but I usually just go to Beb's and listen. But so I found your channel and I was listening to all the songs, the ones you have on there, and I was wondering. I was like, is it the words that make these songs so good? I was like, no, man, because this is good stuff, dude. The words just kind of top it off. The fact I can relate to it, but dude, this guy's got like recording artist talent, dude. Like, I can't believe it. You know, you don't have a big channel, bro. You're fucking good, bro.
Well, that's kind of my fault because I'm lazy when it comes to YouTube. I just like write music for Bev and letting him make the videos. I don't really mess with my channel that much. I should more. I just work a lot and I'm in here, you know, when I've got free time. So it's like I'm just not a YouTuber.
Maybe you might just, you know, we'd all forget. We talk about making a
serious about it.
Making a song about the globe. I'm not talking about making a song about the globe sellout, but just make, you know, just general songs for other people to relate to, bro. You got to get that talent out there, bro. It's going to waste. I mean, I appreciate it and all. And man, dude, you got some really, really good songs, bro. Even Brenda had to admit.
I appreciate it. I really do. It's just like those days of aspiring to be a professional musician, or I mean, it's like I'm just doing it for fun. I'm having a blast. Like I love this. Listening to Bev make videos and putting the overdubs, like, you know, people talking over top. It's just like icing on the cake. I mean, it's really neat. But
it's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. Everything is making songs. If you enjoy it, it makes it all the better. But it's still work, though. You know, I appreciate what you do too, man. You know,
I appreciate. Yeah. There's only one thing I would say about it, though. There's only been one big disappointment for me in this, like doing the music, because everything so far, everybody's enjoyed. Bev's used them. He's liked them. There's never been one song where he was like, yeah, I don't know if that's just not right. He's used all of them, you know. But the one that rubs me the most is the True Level Bitch. Like, I just knew that one would go, like,
yeah,
everywhere.
2023. Wait for it. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah. I mean, not because like it was my song. Not because it's my song. It was just the culmination of all of that. It was like I could go through the story again. I've told it before, but like just everything that happened for that song, and then what you did with it on top of it was just like the end product for me was like, God.
Yeah.
Family knows that song. I blast that song in here, bro.
Yeah, I'll do it proper music one. I am redoing that. We're going over Jesse Kozlowski in the bridge again, but because the bridge is the conception of the reciprocal zenith angles, there's such a fucking big trick being played on everyone within this arena, and the people that are complicit within it, you're helping us expose, Brian. It's QE. Yep. QE literally validated Jesse Kozlowski right at the crucial moment as we were dealing with it. QE allowed it to happen. So
I don't trust him at all, man. And I've never that arena, dude. I'm like, when people point fingers at other people, like, I'm like, nah, whatever. They're just men, because I know I'm just myself and shit, and I figure you to be and everybody else to be. And but boy, I've never been suspicious like I am about somebody just bold-faced lying. But I don't know, man. I don't trust that man at all. But he could change my mind if he comes clean. Don't just hide behind the lies. How long can you do that for? How long are they going to allow them? That's why I'm calling for somebody that's listening on that panel to just question him about it.
They can't, bro. I know you want it to happen, but they can't.
Well, can I point out, Brian, how long have you been in this? Let's say 4 or 5 years? Just sort of around
2017.
Right, so
2017.
You've heard a lot of these arguments, right? And then it's only just been recently that something's occurred that you've had to question something, which has made you go back and do your research. So initially you've heard QE say something, you've taken that on, and then QE seems to have said something contradictory that's made you go, wait a minute. Now, I think that initial question that you're asking yourself, that's why people come into this arena. Because they're having that idea that there's something wrong, so they're coming in to ask questions, which is what you're doing now of the people that are meant to be able to give the answers to those other people that come in. So QE should take on this scrutiny and show everyone how he can rebut these just conversations, right? Because if you're losing faith, because QE was something to you, right? Like Nathan Oakley was probably in the, in the history of everybody that's in here now, they heard Nathan Oakley first. Those 10 housekeeping questions actually meant something at the beginning. Gradually, we get weaned off them. But, at some point, these people were something. So they should be the representative to that first group of people. They now think they're the tip of the sphere, don't they?
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Love Nathan, dude. He still can get his show back, dude. I mean, dude, he puts the effort in. He still can get it back if he would just dump the dead weight and fess up and just. He don't even have to wear it, dude. Point the fingers right at the actual liar.
Brian,
And he was fooled just like I was, man. Look, I was fooled and thought it was, thought it was what it was. But here's my point. I was curious, why ain't the Globers calling his ass out? Like, I see them trying to make videos on him, and I'm like, dude, you had a gold right in your hand where he's making these claims and breaking his own rules, and in the next breath, and none of them pointed it out. It's ridiculous, dude. Like how none of them pointed any of this stuff out. Just bold-faced lies or dead wrong. Call it what you want. It's one or the other.
He never went after Ranty after that initial beef. There's just all sorts of things that are just the pieces don't fit.
It's suspect.
And if you saw the Bev show last night, where we went over Nathan going over Jaron and Brenda, I mean, as I recall, did QE ever comment on it? Because Nathan I think there was a really awkward silent moment there when Nathan said, QE, do you want to comment? Because it was all about the Black Swan. And again, Bev really didn't want to get involved in the Black Swan thing necessarily. He knew he was going to have to do that. We've had discussions about it here quite often, but that one time where I think Adam was drunk off his ass, QE, and then they wanted to have at it. They wanted to know why Bev had a problem with the Black Swan. Well, Bev went over all of it yesterday. It's a shit argument.
The first time I heard anybody think that Flat had an orientation, literally that surprised me because I didn't ever think that.
Total shit argument, and it was pretty blatant last night. in what Nathan tried to present, and Nathan asks QE for a basic. Hey,
Yeah,
you
come
know,
on.
defend your own thing here. Nothing. Crickets.
Dude, that was literally our argument. Is back then is to not a specific place. It moves, and but he put it in a form that you could argue that I could say one thing for it is that it throws out the globe's geometric horizon, but as far as being a modus teleological fallacy, it doesn't really. I mean, Mr. Sensible said it right. You've disproved the radius at best, but to me that was enough, But it just kills me. It literally kills me that they're gonna do reviews of us debating. Why ain't they out debating? That's the name of their damn show. Why ain't they?
No.
Why we're just criticizing us? We're the ones out doing it, and they call themselves the tip of the spear.
They can't. They can't have it. Like I said earlier, they can't have the conversations. There is no debate. There's no real debating happening anywhere anyway. I'd say what you talked about with McToon was really more of a conversation, which is all anybody's really after anyway. So it's fine. I mean, debate is a specific thing with a specific form that nobody really does anymore. But the ability to have a conversation with some people in this arena is just impossible. Sad.
Totally possible. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah. It's like you said, right? You may not agree with Ether or whatever, but hey, it's maybe an interesting topic to just have a conversation about. Who cares? I mean, we've had some with X-Crate's been in here.
Some people call the
talking
ether
about
the
some
monad.
stuff. Some people do. Yeah. I mean, again, conversations should be had. Now, the consequences of what those conversations bring, maybe some people don't like. Like, if you could point out a blatant contradiction during the conversation, well, somebody might get upset. But there's no reason to get upset to actually have a conversation. They can't.
Exactly. And then you go to question them, won't answer. It's like, hold on, I'm same scrutiny that you're holding me. I want to ask you a question, like to make sure that we're following the same rules here, and then that's where the line is drawn.
Yep.
And you can just like I thought you was my dog and shit, dude. I looked up to you, and now, dude, now you're treating me like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Because you don't agree with me.
Yeah. Trust your own self, Brian. I mean, you know that, right? So, yeah. Interesting stuff, though. Yeah, I'm with Bev. I applaud you for doing what you're doing. I got to run.
Yeah, cheers, Kev.
All right, thanks.
I like the idea that you've seen it. I'm pretty sure there are other people out there that are seeing it and having the ability to just point and say, "Look, can we address this, please? It's about time." Like, I thought that it would be about time that we went over the QE's fucking Black Swan. Seems like it's still a bit too touchy. They'd rather hand it over to Brenda than talk about it.
I actually didn't see yesterday's show, Bev, so I just give my opinion on that whole thing. But even that, there are things that need to be addressed, and it's like, and some of these things are not little like misunderstanding or maybe you was wrong or just a different perception of. No, these are bold ass face lies that to me need to be addressed, man, in my opinion. And then it goes to the next level to me, like Black Swan and yeah, I mean, we quit using that. It quit working. Out the truth you're out in the debates, bro. They shut the Black Swan down argument a long time ago. It doesn't work in debates anymore because they've figured it out and shut it down. I mean, it does one thing. It shows that they lose their geometry as far as their globe geometry, but that's just one comment in a debate, and it just doesn't work.
The beauty of the Black Swan is QE's Black Swan is that you get chance to be able to explain a logical form to the globers, and they can't do it. That's the beauty of it. that people seem to have missed. QE's made a mess of an actual argument, which you can simplify. But just going over how bad the argument is and how to correct the argument with someone means that you can explain logic and talk to somebody about a simple logical argument, and which normally ends up with them agreeing that QE's argument's shit, but the new one that they've made is much better, and therefore destructive to the globe. And then they'll realize that they can't even go anywhere near logic. They can't even look at an argument now.
What's your what's the best way you can in a syllogism in that form? What I forgot. You told me one time, or probably even more than once, but I forgot.
I've got
as far
I've got two arguments here. Yeah, I've got two arguments that you'll see. My eye's a bit fucked. That one. Send that one first. What's that one? If the Earth, if the globe is flat. And then this one. They look very similar. They are both modus tollens. Right? And if you take one, you have to take the other. Because they're both very similar. One of them states if the globe is flat, P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation, Q. Elevation is a measured change in the vertical datum, not Q. Modus tollens states not Q, therefore not P. The globe is not flat, not P. The other one is if the globe is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, not Q. Modus tollens, not Q, therefore not P. The globe is not a spherical object, not P.
Hey, I'm so sorry. Can you? I lost you at the beginning, man. Can you repeat the second one for me, please?
If the globe is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. Water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, not Q, not curving. Modus tollens states not Q, therefore not P. Therefore, the globe is not a spherical object, not P.
Hard to argue with, man. Hard to argue with. But dude, I got something funny you might want to hear, man. Oh yeah, I'd come up with the one. This ain't what I was meant was funny, but like I was thinking, like if the surface of the Earth is spherical, then we couldn't draw a square on the. I forgot what it was, and then I was trying to get you to help me with it, but we can draw a square on the surface of Earth. Therefore, it's not a sphere or something. I forgot, man. But if you're going to use these arguments, they're technical, man. They're if they're logical arguments, then they've got to be sound. And yeah,
No,
if not,
Brian, I can help you. In that case, you can create modus ponens, not tollens. So you would affirm.
Yes.
So
it's one better.
Yes. So if Earth is a sphere, that would be in fact modus ponendo tollens. If the Earth is sphere, you wouldn't be able to draw a square on this surface. We cannot draw a square on spherical surface. Therefore, it's not a globe or a sphere.
Yeah, we can't. So we can draw a on the surface, therefore not a globe. Dude, check this out. This is I'll take a laugh out of this. Okay, so I was debating against Zanuck. He barged in and he's trying to tell us how to use equipment, whatever. You know how Zanuck is. Like he's done it all. And but anyway, I'm going. He comes in the argument and bring up light, and Ryan was in there, and he called LIGO, and they're having they're shut down right now. He lives like within 10 miles as the crow flies within that place. And he passes by there a lot. He notified us it's shut down right now. There's no guard gate, nobody there. And if you're ever going to go do measurements, now would be the time. And I've been talking about it. And so I went over with Zanuck, and he told me, he's like, I'll wind down, y'all fly you out there. I was like, you ain't got to do that. Just meet me there. And I'll bring somebody. You bring somebody if you can, and we'll do. And Rucky said that he called there, and not this Saturday, but next Saturday is like Science Day or something, like where they're opening up something, letting people see. But so he's like, that would be the day, either next Saturday or Sunday, like the day after, before they start the construction on this new arm or whatever. But anyway, so I'm like this. So I told Zanuck, because I know what's going to happen when we go measure it, compare it to water. There's a ditch alongside of it. And so I told him what we need to do, just get a measurement at the beginning, middle, and see. That's assuming that they were able to fire a laser from beginning to end. And if it's how I would have built it, if they gave me a benchmark, beginning and end, it doesn't matter. I would have built it. If they told me to build them something straight as anything in the universe, I'd have just triple checked it. But here's the point. So I said, I agreed to meeting me down there to witness the measurements or maybe help out. And I told him, but we're going to make a bet. So we're going to make a bet where if you're wrong and it matches the surface of water or is a straight line at a slight slant, either way, disproving the globe, then you've got to make a speech you got to go to the Flat Earth Conference and make a 5-minute speech. And I get to write it for you. That you witnessed that LIGO, the straightest thing in the universe, is level with the water, with continuous stagnant water, and you got to concede, and we're laughing, and he's agreeing with it and all, acting like he's confident. And then he comes out with this. He says, what if Louisiana is like, what if there's a flat spot at LIGO? And the rest of the world's a globe, but it's just flat right there at LIGO and shit. I was like, dude, that's exactly what I get from every glober when I'm having this conversation. Their subconscious knows that it's not going to be bowl shaped. In their minds, they know it's going to be straight and freaking level, or at least straight and sloped. And so they all start thinking of excuses and shit, man. And Zanuck did the same thing, talking about what if Louisiana's got a flat spot where LIGO is.
They said that to me about the canal here. With 27 miles in between locks. Perhaps this is just a place where it is actually horizontal.
Yeah, that's because he knows if he did any measurements, he has to have a preemptive excuse. Down most of I ain't gonna say all, but most down, that level is horizontal. Period. That's how we built our whole world.
You already know it is. It just depends how local do you want to do. Perhaps it's 27 miles. Perhaps at LIGO, it's 2 miles. You don't know. You never know how locally level it will be. It's a very vague term for that reason.
It seems like it's got to be like, to me, if I really think about it, like it's easy to imagine it level across the whole world like a baseline. But then that doesn't, to me, that kind of falls short, because then I start thinking, the water, the tides are constantly moving around, and it just seems like it just wouldn't have to be like across oceans and shit like that. There's nothing that necessitates a baseline across the earth, man. But that's a whole different conversation. But
everything has to be relative to something else, right? Even within measurement, You
Yep.
have to have a unit value to make something relative to. You're always comparing one thing to another. Over vast things of the ocean, you just can't compare them. There's no way for you to be able to do that. No matter
They don't
what
even
tools
survey,
you've got, you can't do it.
they don't even survey short distances across bodies of water. Less, yeah, much less big bodies. So yeah, that's exactly right. But it's funny, man. He so like I said, deep down, why would he preemptively be making excuses when we're talking about doing these measurements? You know, he's like, his mind is already trying to think of an out. It's almost like he knows, you know what I'm saying? Like he knows what's going to happen when we go measure the 3 spots. We just got to establish a continuous, stagnant body of water, which is the
different than
ditch
you,
alongside.
right? You're out there looking for stuff, right? It doesn't really matter to you. You're going to go out there and do a measurement, right? Whatever happens, happens. It doesn't make any difference. But to these people that you're talking about, it means the world of it, right? They can't go on camera and be there with you while you make measurements and stuff because they'll not be able to have any influence in it. And their motives are completely different than yours.
He's going to meet me there, man. So we're going to find out. And if all goes, you know, I say this, man, like,
you want to get in a Discord, right? And make sure you get your cameras on the screen, then people can record it.
that's a fact, but I don't want to put it out there too much because I don't want somebody to do their best to shut the shit down. That's why I'm just
get a Fight the Flat Earth or somebody like that calling the police on you while you're in there.
It's all right. It's only trespassing, man.
Yeah.
I'll still do the measurement. I don't see where I'll be bothering anybody. There'll be nobody there. I'm doing a little.
I'm saying, like, you know the people that will do that, though.
Here's the thing, though, man. Yeah. So I give hats off to y'all because you went out, did measurement. You went to the place, and you've been to Bedford. Okay, I mean, I'm kind of coming down on us, like over here across the pond. Like we've got something that they're claiming is the straightest thing in the universe, or one of the straightest things, and we haven't even went and measured the damn thing. Like to me, there's no excuse for that. And so I'm gonna, try and get this done, dude. There's no reason we haven't compared this to the water right next to it, right?
It's already straight. What you've got is a load of people that say that elevation profiles of every other elevation profile in the world ever is different than the elevation profile for LIGO. And that says something, right? That it's unique in the fact that it's got a different elevation profile. That'll come out in time because we're going to go over the bridge stuff.
That's a good point, man. That's a real good point. But I've been telling them, like, look, it's easy to lay out a horizontal line and then add curvature corrections and put it in a model and make claims behind it. But that don't take that straight line in reality, not straight. Just fit it in your model, added R or whatever, there are a couple ways to do it, but you added R to this dead straight line and then modeled it with your as-built or whatnot. That doesn't change the fact that it's a dead straight line and a horizontal line or a straight line at the very least.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's already a straight line. It has to be for the laser. So that's guaranteed because that's what you're talking about when you're talking about a straight line. You're talking about the laser, not the concrete or anything like that. Conceptually, you're talking about the laser. You're going to go there and measure some concrete or whatever. But I think what they've done is they've cut the water off. They've literally blocked that canal. It's not, I bet there's no pieces there of it at all.
though, man, and it's not that much. Like if it's continuous, spit in it and see if it's flowing through, see where your spit bubble goes. But if it's not continuous, you may have to move a little bit. But if I go all the way there, and then I'm bringing help, I've moved that amount a million times in my life. So if we got a clear path to make it continuous, then so be it. It'll be an extra few hours, but I'm willing to do it. But I mean the surface of water though, Bev. Like I said, they claim that LIGO is the straightest thing. So I'm going in with the assumption that they did have a laser make it from one end to the other. But I got to see if the water is straight, because it matches the foundation. Then they're screwed. The only excuse they can make is it's a flat spot where gravity took a day off or something, dude. I don't know what else they could claim.
Well, it has to change in elevation on the globe model. Horizontals change in elevation. So really what they're saying is that horizontals have to slope on the globe model. We all know that there's no slope to a horizontal, falsifying the globe model, but
they claim level is curved, which is ridiculous.
But
and
level being curved means there has to be an elevation change of horizontal, which is ridiculous in itself, because rise over run is how you tell slope, and horizontals change in elevation would falsify the rise over run being a slope. It's like, it's known, and I don't know how we've got to this point where the globers have said such. In fact, I do know how that we've got to this point that the globers have to say such stupid shit. That's because we've been stating obvious truths that the blue marble scientific method has had to incorporate contradictions into their model. They can't get out of it. There's no need for you to go and do measurements other than for you to go and do it for yourself, right? You're not doing it for anybody else. You're doing it for yourself. The same as me and Spot On did our Realising Euclid test for ourselves.
Yeah. I do want to do it for myself, but I want anyway. It'd be epic if I could pull that off. Yeah. So they take the rise over run and add a derivative and make claims in between that don't match reality, and that's basically, to me, what they're doing. They're just using math and certain math and calling it reality. It's just baseless assertions. So I want to try and prove that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paper. Yeah, it's been a quite good show.
He's on a tight schedule, man. He's on a pretty tight schedule.
Oh, he stayed up late last night.
He hangs around for as long as he can, and then good night. See you guys later. Click.
Wow. Is that because of a false dichotomy, the refute flat earth? It looks like Brenda. Is that Brenda on a different account? Like the pie sort of thing, does it? Rachie, doesn't make any difference what Rachie is, especially whatever you think Rachie is. If Rachie's out there, Rachie can come and have a conversation and tell us ourselves. I don't know why. Is that Brenda?
I think Rachie's ace.
Yeah, well, I've never had
She's got a good
to talk to Rachie yet.
She's got a good head on her shoulders. She thinks for herself. And we might not agree on everything. I agree with just about everything. She thinks for herself. And she's got a good logical mindset. I like that.
Well, Rachie's on with Fight the Flat Earth. Well, that's good. She talks to criminals.
Yeah, well, it's like, believe me, she's logical enough where every time she goes on that show, she somebody, she's planting seeds, bringing truth, bringing logic.
She just Fight the Flat Earth just made a switch apparently. He's got some cool ways.
Better be careful talking about Fight the Flat Earth, man. He's not too from you, man. Better watch out, man.
He
he's
daren't come and talk to us. He's got nothing. He daren't even talk about fucking children. He's the one that told me that I was a child abuser. Turns out his lad's got autism too.
He's a piece of shit for even bringing kids into the conversation.
Wow. Brian doesn't care. Everybody can think whatever they want. And it's a fallacious idea anyway, that whether they're, doesn't matter which model they want to get on. We're just talking about reality, so you go on with your models. Right, let's cue up a Buster song. What have we got? Insane. Here we go. Flat Earth debate. Insane. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Hey, wait. Are you playing a song?
Yeah, go on. Are you going to do a live one?
To go out? Is this outro?
Yeah.
Let's do a live.
Oh, yes. Let's do a live then.
If that's all right.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready. Hopefully.
Shout out to Buster.
Yeah. Live Buster. World famous Buster.
This is the one that got away. Well, hopefully it's coming back.
Oh, nice.
One. Right. Well, that's everybody knows it.
We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face, and choices will be made, but you can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, we're all looking for the truth. We're all looking for the truth. We will watch it burn, burn right to the ground in pieces. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right, everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find we're all looking for the truth. Will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right, everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, because in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
Famous Buster.